Chapter 1987. A white lie. What's going on? Why aren't you guarding inside? The old woman looked angrily at the two late-stage human demon guards of the Saint Lady Temple. Lady Lillian, the saint asked us to retreat. We did not dare to disobey the saint's orders. The two late-stage human demon guards of the Saint Lady Temple said respectfully. Lillian's status in the Saint Lady Temple was second only to the saint. After all, she had served 2 generations of Saint Ladies. In the Lucifer Giant City, no one was older than her except for the tribe leader, Lord Lucifer. The Saint Lady Temple has never had such a rule. How can the Saint Lady stay alone with a male demon in the main hall? Break it. Lillian was like a crazy lioness. When the demons heard this, a trace of fear appeared on their faces. They lowered their heads. Obviously, they did not have the gut. Seeing this, Lillian had to do it herself. Unfortunately, no matter what method she used, she could not break the demonic aura on the door. Lillian's expression gradually turned cold and gloomy. When that guy comes out, we can't let him leave. Lillian instructed the demons and turned to leave. The demons looked at each other. One of them gathered his courage and said, "Lady Lillian, did you go to find Lord Lucifer? What if Lord Lucifer punishes us? What should we do?" The demons immediately panicked and regretted their decision. If they had known earlier, they would have gone against the saint's wishes and insisted on staying in the main hall. In the main hall, the atmosphere was very silent. Ning Qi did not speak. He just stared at the gauze curtains. "You should have recognized me," Jian Shilai said slowly. The gauze curtains automatically opened to both sides. "Aunt Jian, your mind was not invaded by the demonic aura?" Ning Qi suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Of course not." Jian Shilai sighed. "But I have no choice now." "Is it because of the Lucifer tribe?" Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. "Yes." Jian Shilai nodded and walked to Ning Qi's side. He looked Ning Qi up and down and smiled. "Your cultivation is much stronger than before. How did you come to the immortal prison this time?" "Dao Yin." Ning Qi smiled. "Him again." A cold light flashed across Jian Shilai's eyes. "If I can return to the central continent, I will definitely kill this brat with my sword." Ning Qi knew that she was not bragging. With her Earth Devil stage cultivation, the Dao Yen Immortal Emperor did not have a single chance of winning. This person had schemed and sent all the people who posed a threat to him into the immortal prison, but he did not expect that as long as he was lucky enough, his consciousness would not be demonized in the immortal prison, and the space for growth would be much stronger than in the central continent. Looking at how the Dao Yen Immortal Emperor had cultivated for so many years, but he was still a half-step worldly immortal, one could see the difference. "Aunt Jian, you haven't been in the immortal prison for long, but your cultivation has already reached the Earth Devil stage. What kind of fortuitous encounter did you encounter?" Ning Qi was curious. "After Great Sage Xuanzhen and I were thrown into the immortal prison, I was taken away by Lucifer. My cultivation base was basically obtained with his help." Jian Shi said. "Lucifer?" Ning Qi was slightly stunned. "Every leader of the Lucifer tribe calls himself Lucifer. Ordinary demons don't have this qualification." Jian Shilai explained. "Why did he take you away, and why did he make you the saintess of this place? Strictly speaking, you and the Lucifer tribe have nothing to do with each other, right?" Ning Qi frowned. "He said that I was born to be the saintess of the Lucifer tribe, and that he was able to find me because he was guided in advance." Jian Shilai smiled. "At first, I thought that he was going to eat me or treat me as a plaything. I didn't expect that he really cultivated me as the saintess of the Lucifer tribe and personally taught me cultivation. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to break through to the Earth Devil stage in just a few thousand years." "There's such a thing?" Ning Qi had a strange expression on his face. Was this the legendary destiny? "Beixian, do you know the whereabouts of your father and mother?" I suspect that they are in the immortal prison, but after thousands of years, I still haven't found them. Jian Shilai said. Ning Qi sighed in his heart when he heard this. With Jian Shilai's persistence, he could guess what kind of reaction she would have after he told her the news of Feng Jiuxian. Sometimes, not knowing was also a kind of happiness. Actually, I've already seen my father in the Underworld Emperor's cave, Ning Qi said in a low voice. Underworld Emperor's cave? How was that possible? Jian Shilai's face revealed a look of astonishment, and the aura on his body swept out uncontrollably. The aura of the Earth Devil stage was extremely terrifying, and Ning Qi was pushed back a full 7 to 8 meters by this aura. As if sensing that she had lost her composure, Jian Shilai immediately calmed down, but she still looked very excited. Is what you just said true? But the Underworld Emperor's cave has already collapsed. Where is your father? Aunt Jian, I naturally don't dare to speak carelessly about this matter. The Underworld Emperor's cave will collapse because my father has already left. Ning Qi said. Left? Where did he go? Why is he still unwilling to come out and meet me after being missing for so long? Jian Shilai's eyes turned red with a swoosh. Aunt Jian, father has his own difficulties. It's not that he doesn't want to meet you. Ning Qi consoled. Then where did he go? Since he can't meet me, I'll go find him. Jian Shilai was slightly excited. The Immortal Continent. Ning Qi sighed and said. The Immortal Continent? Why did he go to the Immortal Continent? Jian Shilai stood on the spot in a daze, muttering to herself. Ning Qi stood at the side without saying a word. After an hour or so, she seemed to come back to her senses and calmed herself down. She looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. Have you seen your mother? Is she all right? My mother is also in the Immortal Continent. She was taken away by someone. It's because of this person that my father can't show up. Ning Qi looked up at the sky and said indifferently. Are you saying that someone is chasing after your father and mother? He's an immortal? Jian Shilai finally reacted. From Ning Qi's few words, she connected the dots that she believed to be the cause and effect of the matter. Yes, that's right. Ning Qi nodded. Then let's go to the Immortal Continent as well. I don't believe that I won't be able to see him once my lifespan is exhausted. Jian Shilai said with a determined look in her eyes. Aunt Jian, do you know how to get there? Ning Qi was stunned. I don't know. Jian Shilai said indifferently. Then why was he so confident? Ning Qi smiled bitterly in his heart. Before he could speak, the door suddenly opened, and Lillian was following behind an old demon with a sneer on her face. They walked into the hall, followed by the guards of the Saint Lady Temple. Chapter 1988. Four Wings. Originally, the door to the main hall had been sealed by Jian Shilai's demonic qi. Now that the door was open, the demonic qi on it had completely disappeared. It was obvious that someone had broken the demonic qi, and to be able to break Jian Shilai's demonic qi, the other party's cultivation would not be weaker than the early earth demon. Capture this kid for me. How dare you defile the saintess? This crime is unforgivable. Lillian pointed at Ning Qi and let out a stern shout. Who dares? Jian Shilai laughed lightly. The demon guards of the Saint Lady Temple looked at each other, and no one dared to make a move. When Lillian saw this, she immediately looked at the old man. Elder Jesse, the Saint Lady is alone with a man in a room. If this news spreads, it will be a great stain on our Saint Lady Temple. Our Lucifer tribe will also lose face because of this and be laughed at. I ask Elder Jesse to kill this man directly. After saying that, she looked at Jian Shi. Holy Maiden, this is the rule. I hope you won't make a mistake again. The old man who was addressed as Elder Jesse smiled. He moved slightly and appeared in front of Ning Qi in the next moment, grabbing at Ning Qi's head. His palm was filled with demonic aura. Apparently, he intended to grab Ning Qi to death. In the next moment, a white lotus bloomed in front of Ning Qi, blocking Jaze's movements. Jays took 3 steps back and looked at Jian Shi coldly. Jian Shi Lai held a longsword in his hand. This longsword looked very ordinary, but it emitted a faint aura of a magic artifact. It was not a low-grade magic artifact, but at least a middle-grade magic artifact, or even a high-grade magic artifact. If you dare to be impudent in front of me again, don't blame me for being merciless. Jian Shi Lai snorted coldly, then his gaze fell on the 2 leaders of the Saint Lady Temple's guards. As the guards of the Saint Lady Temple, is this how you protect me? Please forgive me, Saintess. The 2 of them looked at each other and made a decision in their hearts. They led the guards behind Jian Shi Lai and confronted Lillian and Jays. Saintess, if you continue on like this... Lillian looked at Jian Shi Lai gloomily. Old thing that's about to enter the grave, you're so noisy. Shut up. I'm the Saintess and you're just a maid. Just because you've served 2 generations of Saintesses, you're pointing fingers at me. You don't even know the difference between superior and inferior, do you? Jian Shi shouted coldly. Lillian looked at her in shock, as if she hadn't expected Jian Shi Lai to say that. Ning Qi looked at Lillian gloatingly. Jian Shi Lai was in a bad mood now. She had hit the muzzle of the gun. However, even if Jian Shi did not plan to teach Lillian a lesson, Ning Qi still planned to find an opportunity to send her on her way. She thought that Ning Qi did not hear the low curse, but in fact, Ning Qi heard it clearly. Not only did she insult Ning Qi, but she also included all of Ning Qi's family and elders. If Ning Qi could endure this, then his surname could be written upside down. Elder Jess. Lillian woke up from her shock and looked at Jess in exasperation. Although she had deliberately targeted Jian Shi Lai in many things, she could not refute Jian Shi Lai's words just now. Saintess, that's not right. Lillian has served 2 generations of saintesses. Even if she doesn't have any credit, she has worked hard. As the saintess, how can you insult her like this? For a mere demon who isn't even in the devil stage? Could it be that you have your heart moved? Jess looked at Jian Shi Lai with a smile that was not a smile. His last sentence was extremely heart-wrenching. After Lillian heard it, a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. The guards of the Saint Lady Temple standing behind Jian Shi Lai immediately revealed a look of shock as they looked at Jian Shi Lai in bewilderment. After Jess said that, they indeed felt that Jian Shi Lai's actions this time were extremely strange. First of all, why would the Saintess let this male demon stay in the main hall alone? What happened between the 2 of them in the hall just now? Ning Qi's expression darkened. After Jian Shi Lai heard Jess's words, the sword intent on his body instantly soared into the sky and directly penetrated the ceiling of the hall. The demons in the giant Lucifer city saw this sword intent one after another. After confirming that the sword intent came from the direction of the Saint Lady Temple, their faces showed horror and they rushed toward the Saint Lady Temple. Saintess, what are you going to do? Jess was a little surprised by Jian Shi Lai's reaction, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. He was sure that the existences of the Elder Pavilion had already noticed this place. A pair of black wings slowly spread out behind Jian Shi Lai. Lillian and Jess were even more shocked when they saw this, but the next moment, another pair of wings spread out behind Jian Shi Lai. 4 wings? How could it be 4 wings? Lillian looked at Jian Shi Lai in disbelief, her face ashen. Jess's eyes were filled with horror, and his body could not help but tremble. He was filled with regret. Clatter. Ning Qi heard the sound of metal clashing behind her. She turned around and saw that the guards of the Saint Lady Temple were kneeling on the ground, looking at Jian Shi Lai with a pious expression. Lillian, Jess, you 2 insulted me. You deserve to die. Jian Shi Lai's eyes were completely black, without a trace of white in them. His body emitted a high and mighty aura, as if he was a god overlooking the world. He looked at Lillian and Jess. Lillian, you damn old woman, why didn't you tell me that the Saintess was 4-winged? Damn it, apart from Lord Lucifer, our Lucifer tribe actually has another 4-winged. You've harmed me. Jess slapped Lillian and growled angrily. Then, he knelt in front of Jian Shilai and lowered his head to plead, "Saintess, I have offended you just now. Please forgive me." Lillian did not have much lifespan left, and after being slapped by Jess, she was seriously injured. However, she could not feel any pain now, and there was only endless fear in her heart. She had been with Jian Shilai for so long, but she had never found out that Jian Shilai had 4 wings. If she had known earlier, how would she have dared to target Jian Shilai again and again? 4 wings was a legend in the Lucifer tribe. After becoming a sky demon and activating their ancestral bloodline, they would naturally obtain 4 wings. Jian Shilai now had 4 wings, which meant that she would definitely become a sky demon. The previous 2 generations of saintesses had both fallen because of their realm, but Jian Shilai was destined not to be like this, because she had already activated her ancestral bloodline. Mother, because of the commotion, Spider Print ignored the obstruction and ran over. When she saw the 2 pairs of wings on Jian Shilai's back, she was stunned on the spot. So, Lucifer said that Aunt Jian is destined to be the saintess, because she has the ancestral bloodline of the Lucifer tribe? Chapter 1989. His hand slipped. Jian Shilai looked at Jesse indifferently, and a trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. His killing intent did not decrease because of Jesse's begging for mercy. "Not good, she's really planning to kill me." A trace of fear flashed in Jesse's eyes. It had taken him countless years of hard work to cultivate to this point, and only he knew the hardships he had gone through. He could still live for countless years, so he absolutely could not die here. Otherwise, wouldn't all the hardships he had suffered over the years be in vain? Jian Shilai moved, the long sword in his hand swept out with a cold light, and Lillian let out a miserable scream like a donkey's howl. Her limbs had been cut off. "Holy Maiden, this old servant was wrong, Holy Maiden." Lillian begged for mercy loudly. A trace of pity flashed in the eyes of the guards of the Saint Lady Temple standing behind Jian Shilai. If she had known this would happen, why did she do it in the first place? Lillian had been targeting Jian Shilai since a long time ago. Everyone had seen this with their own eyes. It was only because of her special identity that nothing happened. Unexpectedly, their holy maiden just didn't want to bother with this old servant. Now that she was bothered, she even directly cut off Lillian's limbs. These limbs were not simply severed. The vitality at the severed area had long been destroyed by the violent demonic energy. Unless there was the help of a heavenly demon-level existence or she swallowed some treasures of heaven and earth, it was basically impossible for these limbs to grow back. "Ha ha ha, now you know how to beg for mercy." Spider-One looked at Lillian with a relieved expression. The corners of Jian Shilai's mouth curled up slightly. Just as he was about to end Lillian's life, a burst of laughter came from the door. "Holy Maiden, although Lillian is taking advantage of her seniority, she has also done many things for our Lucifer tribe for so many years. For the sake of this old man, let her go this time?" An old man slowly walked in. The aura on his body was thicker than that of Jian Shilai and Jesse. It was obvious that he was in existence in the middle stage of the Earth Demon. "Elder Martinez, save me." Lillian seemed to have seen her savior. She wanted to hug his thigh, but she found that she had no hands. She could only use all her strength to jump behind Martinez. When Jesse saw the arrival of the old man, he immediately let out a long sigh of relief. Martinez was a member of the Elder Cabinet and was in charge of many affairs in the Lucifer giant city. If he came forward, Jian Shilai would give him face. At least his life was saved today. "Martinez, why are you free to come to my Saint Lady Temple today?" Jian Shilai said indifferently. Martinez chuckled as he looked at the 4 wings on Jian Shilai's back. A hint of shock flashed past the depths of his eyes, but he did not reveal it. He smiled and said, "Holy Maiden, I just happened to pass by this place today, and saw that the Holy Maiden was so angry. I was afraid that something might have happened, so I came over to take a look. Oh, is that so? Jian Shilai laughed faintly. He pointed at Lillian and looked at Martinez. Do you really want to plead for this evil slave? A trace of hesitation appeared on Martinez's face. Seeing this, Lillian hurriedly cried for help. Martinez lowered his head and glanced at Lillian. His gaze swept past the wrinkles on her face, and there was a trace of disgust in the depths of his eyes. However, when he thought about how he had once had some romantic affairs with this woman a long time ago, he would feel bad if he did not help her today. Thinking of this, Martinez smiled at Jian Shilai and said, Holy Maiden, although Lillian's temper is a little bad, it is not enough for her to die. How about this? You have already broken her limbs, and even if she recovers in the future, I'm afraid she will not even be able to compare to the late stage of the human devil. All right then, I'll give you face. A cold glint flashed across Jian Shilai's eyes, and then he walked straight out of the hall. Martinez wanted to say something, but when he saw that Jian Shilai did not seem to have any intention of talking to him, he immediately shut his mouth. Lillian hid behind Martinez and stared at Jian Shilai with venomous eyes. Sigh, what a pity. This elder Martinez came at the right time. If he didn't come, that old shrew Lillian would have died today. Spider-One looked regretful. Ning Qi had originally left with Jian Shilai, but when he passed by Lillian, a saber light flashed in his hand. As his aura was very weak, Martinez was not on guard against Ning Qi at all. By the time he reacted, Lillian's head had already been split in half, and her brains splattered all over the ground. Lillian, a full-circle human devil, had died on the spot. In fact, Lillian would not have died so easily. After all, she was a full-circle human devil. However, her limbs had been cut off by Jian Shilai, and she was seriously injured. Her health had dropped to an extremely low point. Then, like Martinez, she had never thought of guarding against Ning Qi, which was why she had been directly killed by Ning Qi's invincible dragon slayer saber. There was still a trace of shock and unwillingness in Lillian's gray eyes. There was no notification from the system. Ning Qi did not know if there would be any reward for killing Lillian. After all, the system was in the process of upgrading. Spider-One looked at Ning Qi with her mouth agape, unable to react. However, Jian Shilai was slightly stunned. The next moment, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Ning Qi, standing between him and Martinez. What's going on? Jesse and the guards of the Temple of the Saint Lady were dumbfounded. You killed Lillian? Martinez's eyes were filled with anger as he stared at Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled. My hand slipped just now. Sorry. Martinez, you heard him. His hand just slipped. Jian Shilai looked at Martinez coldly. Martinez wanted to lose his temper, but the position Jian Shilai was standing had clearly told him that he must be on Ning Qi's side. To become enemies with Jian Shilai over a dead person. Perhaps Martinez would have done so before, but after seeing the four wings behind Jian Shilai, Martinez felt that it was not a wise choice to offend her. Haha, so it was a slip of the hand. Martinez nodded with a fake smile. With a light tap of his finger, Lillian's body was burned to ashes. Lillian was unlucky. She can't blame anyone else. Saint, I've had a long day. I'll take my leave first. Martinez smiled and turned to leave. Seeing this, Jesse quickly followed Martinez. When he passed by Ning Qi, his face was full of vigilance, as if he was afraid that Ning Qi's hand would slip again. However, he didn't consider that Lillian was only a perfect stage human demon and was seriously injured, while he was an early Earth demon. Unless Ning Qi was an idiot, how could he attack him? Soon, Jesse followed Martinez smoothly and left the Temple of the Saint Lady. He was relieved. Jesse, I want that kid's information. Send it to the Elder Cabinet tomorrow. Chapter 1990. A long way to Goth. Next day, Ning Qi's detailed information was sent to the Elder Cabinet of the Lucifer tribe. After the 9 members of the Elder Cabinet, including Martinez, looked through the information, their expressions became somewhat serious. Except for the information before Ning Qi arrived at Yenshan City, everything that happened after that, no matter how big or small, was all laid out here. A half-step human demon can defeat a human demon at the early stage, a member of the Elder Cabinet said in a low voice. With such strength, does our clan have such a genius? If he cultivates the top demonic art of the tribe, the laws of heaven formless, combined with a 5th-stage demonic combat skill and a demonic artifact of at least mid-grade, he might be able to do it. Another member of the Elder Cabinet said. What about after that? He survived North Moon Chongshu's attack and forcefully took a palm strike from the huge insect, the Lingtu. There's also the demonic dragon ancestor. Not only did he launch a palm strike, but he also chased after him the entire way, yet he still managed to survive. What level of cultivation do you think his body has reached? I'm afraid it's at least on par with the late-stage human demon. Someone concluded. The rest of the elders nodded in agreement. He has such a physical body before breaking through to the human demon stage. I think he's no ordinary person when he breaks through to the human demon stage. Perhaps the Saintess has taken a fancy to this and wants to recruit him. That's right. Plus, he's Payne's personal disciple and Spider Vane's junior brother. He's also a member of our Lucifer tribe. Martinez didn't speak a word. He wanted to let the elders express their opinions and see if they should bring up the matter of Ning Qi killing Lillian. In the end, no one cared about this matter. Instead, they were curious about Ning Qi's cultivation and wanted to recruit him. Martinez's position in the Elder Pavilion was the lowest. He was the one who usually ran errands, so it was useless to say anything at this moment. At this time, the great elder of the Elder Cabinet, who had been sitting in the middle, slowly said, "Let's observe him a little longer. If he's really that talented, maybe we can take him into the Elder Cabinet and train him." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They looked at the great elder in disbelief. Taking him into the Elder Cabinet meant that he would definitely enter the Elder Cabinet in the future and hold great power. Did the great elder really think so highly of him? Martinez's expression also changed slightly. Martinez will handle this matter. He just needs to observe in secret. There's no need to show himself. The great elder said slowly. Yes. Martinez nodded. Ning Qi didn't know that the powerful Elder Cabinet of the Lucifer tribe had already regarded him as a test target. At this moment, he was preparing to leave the giant city of Lucifer with the great sage of Xuanzhen and the others. This time, he not only saw Feng Jiuxian, but also learned many secrets. Based on these clues, he guessed that the existence of the system was not the only one. No matter what the purpose of the system was, it seemed to be selecting suitable candidates, and those who were not suitable would be abandoned, such as Feng Jiuxian. If that was the case, Ning Qi had reason to believe that the system would not have only chosen one person. That would be too inefficient, and perhaps there were other people like him in other places in other worlds. At the same time, if he was abandoned by the system, he might be deprived of everything, which made the sense of crisis in Ning Qi's heart become more and more urgent. Excellent, good, poor, these 3 levels. Ning Qi didn't know which level he belonged to in the eyes of the system, but even if it was excellent, it was also evaluated by the system. Ning Qi was not used to having his life and death in the hands of others, especially when he had reached his current realm. Perhaps, only when he went to the Jiang family of the Celestial region, he would be able to find out who was behind the system and what its purpose was. The Jiang family of the Celestial region must be an extraordinary existence. It was impossible to stand in front of them without a certain level of strength. Only by improving my strength can I control my own destiny. Ning Qi muttered to himself, and suddenly a look of mockery flashed in his eyes. His current cultivation realm was under the control of the system. He could only advance if the system allowed him to advance. It was easier said than done to get rid of the shackles of the system. The road was long and he would search high and low. Before leaving, Jian Shilai had told Ning Qi that if he found a way to return to the central mainland one day, he should inform her. After all, there had always been a legend in the central mainland that when one's cultivation realm reached a certain level, they would be able to soar into the sky and head to the central mainland. Ning Qi had agreed at the time, but he knew deep down that if he didn't have a special way to conceal his demonic qi, Jian Shilai would also be killed by the immortal race if he went to the immortal race's mainland. After all, immortals and demons were irreconcilable. During the Great War of the Immortals and Demons, the entire demon race's mainland had been destroyed. Ning Qi was different. He had the ancient immortal fiend god body. When he didn't transform into a demon body, there was no demonic qi on his body at all. There was only the majestic immortal spirit qi. Yen Shan City Ning Qi, Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer, Great Sage Xian Zhen and his wife returned to Yen Shan City. Spider Pattern remained in Lucifer City. Now that Lillian was dead and Jian Shilai had displayed his strength and talent, the rules of the Saint Lady Hall would probably not be as strict. Spider Pattern could stay with Jian Shilai for at least a decade before returning to Yen Shan City. Bei Xian, is she? After returning to the Demon King Palace, Ning Qi arranged 2 small rooms for Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse and Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer. Great Sage Xian Zhen waited for the 2 of them to leave before asking. Yeah. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Great Sage Xian Zhen was amazed and smiled bitterly. I didn't expect her to become the Saint Lady of the Lucifer tribe in just a few thousand years. This was indeed sad. Everyone had come to the immortal prison at the same time. Jian Shilai was already in the Earth Demon stage, while Great Sage Xianzhen had not even broken through to the Human Demon stage, just like Ning Qi. After chatting for a while, Great Sage Xianzhen and Gu Miaoxian bade farewell. They still had demonic crystals with them, so they planned to go to Hidden Cultivator City to cultivate. The demonic qi condensed by the demonic qi bead in my sea of knowledge is very terrifying. It is enough for me to cultivate for a long time, and I can even bring it to a top-notch cultivation training ground. However, the system has only been upgraded to 3%. Marshal nephew, you are back? The power demon body tempering pills have been sold out. When will you refine another batch? L'Oreal walked in with big strides. I will refine it now. However, Marshal uncle, you have to be responsible for the spirit herbs, Ning Qi smiled. Coincidentally, his demonic crystals were almost used up. He would probably have to cultivate in the mystic realm while waiting for the system to open up. Therefore, he could refine a few batches of power demon body tempering pills and sell them for some money. No problem with the spirit herbs. There are many in the auction house. I will keep them for you. However, the share. Chapter 1991. Without a top-notch cultivation training ground, Ning Qi's alchemy speed was much slower. Ever since Ro Rear handed over the spiritual herbs and elixirs to Ning Qi had barely managed to refine 4,000 to 5,000 power demon body honing pills a year later, earning more than 5,000 mid-grade magical crystals. According to the consumption rate of 100 mid-grade magical crystals a day in the mystic realm, it was only enough for Ning Qi to stay in there for more than 50 days. And after a year, the system's upgrade data had barely reached 10%. It would take at least another 10 years before it could be reopened. After Ning Qi finished refining this batch of dawn, he told Rulier that he would not refine dawn in the following days. He would hide in his room and cultivate. The demonic qi in his sea of consciousness was denser than the secret territory's demonic qi. However, the more he used, the less it would be. With Ning Qi's absorption speed, he could probably last 100 years. 5 years later, a piece of news suddenly spread throughout the immortal prison. The demons in Lien Yen Mountain City also started to discuss this news. The once-in-a-century demon race Heaven's Pride battle is about to begin again. The prizes this time are very generous. Whoever wins the title of the first Heaven's Pride will receive 1 million mid-grade demonic crystals and a mid-grade demonic weapon. TSK. What? 1 million? A young demon couldn't believe it. You haven't lived long enough. You've only heard of the demon race Heaven's Pride battle, but you haven't seen it yourself, right? The 3 great tribes will join hands with the other cities to hold the Heaven's Pride battle. 1 million mid-grade demonic crystals is just a drop in the ocean for them. However, whoever wins the first place will be incredible. Just that mid-grade demonic artifact alone is enough to make many mid-stage and late-stage human demons unable to sit still. Winning the first place is easier said than done. Take our Yen Mountain City for example. Who is qualified to win the first place? I'm afraid young Master Wanli and young Master Zhu Feng will only be able to enter the top 8. The prizes for the top 8 are also very generous. Each of them will get a low-grade demonic weapon. Moreover, as long as they can achieve outstanding results in same-rank battles, they will have the chance to be accepted as disciples by those big shot. This is the essence of the demon race Heaven's Pride battle. No wonder the 7 families have been acting strangely recently. Heaven's Prides from all over are rushing back to Yen Mountain City. Young Master Yango and young Master Daoan have also come out of seclusion. A few days ago, I saw over 100 of them gathered at Diding Tower, drinking and chatting. The strength of young Master Yango and the rest did not even seem to be at the human devil stage, right? They can also participate in the competition? What is the genius battle? You can go if you're young. Those who are weak have their own ways of fighting. This time, the geniuses battle allows those who are below the late stage of the demonic human realm to participate. I think you can go too. Haha. Forget about me. I know my own capabilities. However, why are cultivators at the consummate level of the demon race not allowed to participate? At the full circle of demonic cultivators, how can they still be considered as geniuses? They are only half a step away from entering the Earth Demon stage. Furthermore, as far as I know, those full circle of demonic cultivators are all old monsters. Their age has already surpassed the upper limit of the geniuses' battle. There are always exceptions. The exceptions don't even need to participate in the talents battle. Naturally, there will be big figures who will accept them as disciples. Do you think that if our Yen Mountain City's young Lord Wanli and young Lord Zhu Feng break through to the full circle of human demon realm, Lord Pain will let them join someone else? I see. I think young Master Beixian might have a chance. Oh him, the demons glanced at one another, before looking at the young demon with a chuckle. You're still too young. Young Master Beixian's talent is extremely great and his battle prowess is unparalleled, but he's still not a human demon. He probably won't be able to go very far in the talents battle. In the distance, Yang Go and the others just happened to pass by. When they heard people discussing Ning Qi, Yang Go's expression became extremely ugly. The others also knew about the grievances between Yang Go and Ning Qi, so they wisely kept quiet. The North Moon Clan. First young miss, young Master Yang Go has come to find you. A demon servant stood before North Moon Lingqiu respectfully and said softly. He still dares to come? Isn't he afraid that my father will tear him apart? North Moon Lingqiu's eyes turned cold. Young Master Yang Go only left behind a communication talisman. The demon servant carefully glanced at North Moon Lingqiu. Would you like to take a look? He had received quite a lot of benefits, so even though he knew North Moon Lingqiu hated Yang Go, he could only bite the bullet and come to send the message. North Moon Lingqiu frowned and said indifferently, "Give it to me." Accepting the communication talisman, North Moon Lingqiu's expression became rather ugly after reading the contents inside. He's actually been accepted as a disciple by that person? Putting the talisman away, North Moon Lingqiu stood up and left. What's her reaction? Young master, North Moon Lingqiu has gone to the Demon King's estate. Bang! Yang Go smashed the tea table in front of him furiously and glared in the direction of the Demon King's estate. He said sinisterly, "She clearly knows that the second elder of the disciplinary hall of the Lucifer tribe is about to accept me as a disciple, yet she still wants to go to the Demon King's estate? Does she want to report this? How naive. Once the battle of prodigies is over, my identity will be completely different. By then, even a young master ranked 4th in the Demon King's estate will have to lower his head before me." A while ago, the young demon had expended tremendous manpower and resources to help him purchase a spot from Elder Davis, allowing him to become his disciple in name. Originally, he thought this would make North Moon Lingqiu look at him in a different light and return to his embrace. However, he never expected North Moon Lingqiu to react like this. Yang Go felt like he had been completely betrayed. "Young master, there's no need to be angry. In another 2 years, after the Battle of Prodigies, North Moon Lingqiu will definitely regret it. By then, you can use the name of the Lucifer tribe to teach that person in the Demon King's estate a lesson. He probably wouldn't dare to disrespect the Lucifer tribe even if he had 10 times the courage." The demonic servant said softly. Yang Go seemed to imagine the scene 2 years later, and a hint of viciousness flashed through his eyes. The Demon King's estate. Sir Bei Xian, North Moon Lingqiu left a communication talisman. She said it's very important and wants you to take a look at it personally. Duo Lu said softly at the entrance to Ning Qi's room. After a while, the door slowly opened. Over 5 years of cultivation had increased Ning Qi's strength once again and stabilized his 9 tribulation creator realm. The demonic Qi Yuan bead in his sea of knowledge had not shrunk too much. It was still emitting demonic Qi continuously to refine Ning Qi's physical body. According to the classification of cultivation realms in the central continent, Ning Qi's current cultivation base was slightly stronger than Tenacious Donkey and not weaker than Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer. He could be considered to be standing at the peak of the 9 tribulation creator realm. He took the communication talisman and scanned it with his divine consciousness. The demon race's prodigies battle? 1,000,000 mid-grade demonic crystals and a mid-grade demonic artifact as a reward? Chapter 1992. Yanshan City. Demon King's Residence. Demon King's Residence. On the second day after Ning Qi received North Moon Lingqiu's communication talisman, he received a message from Pain. He arrived at the Demon King's hall with Lan Ru. When the two of them arrived, Uriel and Pain were already seated in the hall. Aside from the two of them, Wan Li and Zhu Feng were present as well. Hong Su and Bai Ming stood behind them. When they saw Ning Qi, a strange look flashed through their eyes. They were certain that Pain had called them here for the demon prodigy battle. But why was the young master of Bei Xian here too? He wasn't even in the human-demon stage, so there was no point in him participating in the demon prodigy battle. Master. Ning Qi looked at Pain and clasped his hands. Pain glanced at Ning Qi and his eyes moved slightly. He seemed to notice that Ning Qi's aura had thickened a lot in the past few years. Well, now that everyone is here, I don't need to say anything. I'm sure you've already received the news. The demon prodigy battle will start in 2 years. I've already notified Spider Line and confirmed that they'll be participating. So, I'm asking for your opinion. Are you going or not? Master won't force you. The demon prodigy battle that happens once every 100 years. Junior brother, are you going? Wanli chuckled and looked at Zhu Feng. Zhu Feng nodded and looked at Ning Qi. He smiled. Fourth junior brother, you don't have to go. It won't be too late to participate in the next demon prodigy battle. With 100 years, you should be able to break through to the early human demon stage. That way, the reputation of our Demon King's residence will not be tarnished. Just when Ning Qi was about to speak, he was interrupted by Zhu Feng. Then, Wanli nodded and smiled. Junior brother Zhu Feng is right. Fourth junior brother, what do you think? I'm going to participate. Ning Qi smiled. Zhu Feng's expression changed slightly. He was somewhat dissatisfied. Uriel chuckled and looked at Pain. Second brother, I told you that he would definitely go. Even if it wasn't for the medium-grade magic tool, he would definitely go for the million medium-grade mana crystals. Pain smiled and said, since the three of you plan to participate in the competition, I have something to tell you. This time, Lu Donghe has spread the word that he will ambush you in the demon race's Heaven's Pride battle. After a pause, Pain's eyes fell on Ning Qi. Bei Xian, especially you killed so many of his disciples and grand-disciples. He is a narrow-minded person, he won't let you off easily. Do you still plan to participate in the competition? If one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill two. Ning Qi smiled. Alright, beat them up. Luria roared. Wanli and Zhu Feng were dumbfounded. They had heard of Lu Donghe before. He was a terrifying existence who had reached the Earth Devil stage a long time ago. But, this guy actually wanted to ambush them in the Devil Race's Heaven's Pride tournament? And the reason was because Ning Qi had killed his disciples and grand-disciples? They couldn't help but think that many years ago, Ning Qi had indeed left Yanshan City for a period of time. So, was the enmity between the two formed at that time? Apart from being shocked and angry, the two also felt a little strange. After offending Lu Donghe, Ning Qi was still alive. It was really unbelievable. Pain glanced at Luria, then looked at the three and said, Lu Donghe is different from me. He has at least 80 disciples, if not 100. Adding those disciples and grand-disciples, there might be 300 to 500. If you don't plan to participate in the Heaven's Pride battle, I won't say anything. In comparison, the number of people in the Demon King's mansion was indeed very few. Wanli and Zhu Feng also didn't have any disciples. Including Ning Qi, there were only 3 of them. During the Heaven's Pride battle, there was a high chance that they would be ambushed by Lu Donghe's disciples. Wanli glanced at Ning Qi and snorted in his heart. Then, he cupped his hands towards Pain and said, Master, disciple has made up his mind. Anyway, my cultivation has reached a bottleneck. Maybe during the Heaven's Pride battle, I will comprehend something and break through to the demonic perfection realm. Disciple is the same. Zhu Feng said. Since that's the case, then make your own preparations. These 3 items might be able to save your lives in a life or death situation. Pain laughed. With a flick of his finger, 3 beams of golden light shot into the foreheads of Ning Qi and the other 2. Ning Qi's eyes flickered as he immersed his mind into his sea of consciousness. He discovered that there was a dazzling golden talisman floating in the air. The runes on it were very simple and mysterious, and there was a trace of an incomparably vigorous aura drifting out from it, giving people a sense of security. At this moment, the Devil Qi elemental bead seemed to have sensed the arrival of the talisman. The Devil Qi suddenly surged, crazily rushing into the talisman. In the blink of an eye, the Devil Qi elemental bead had shrunk a little. Ning Qi stared dumbfoundedly at this scene, a trace of heartache flashed in his eyes. Fortunately, this state only lasted for a short while. After the talisman absorbed a large amount of Devil Qi, the golden light on it became even more resplendent. Devil God Evasion Talisman? Many thanks, Master. Wanli and Zhu Feng were rather overjoyed. Your master guessed that you would be participating in the competition, so he specially went to the Heavenly Talisman tribe to ask for these 3 talismans for you. At the very least, you can stop that old bastard Lu Donghe from scheming against you and dying during the demon prodigy battles. Rulier smiled. Thank you, Master. Ning Qi clasped his hands, but he felt rather mixed inside. He had cultivated for over 5 years, Yet the demon Qi elemental bead had not shrunk by much at all. Instead, the demon god evasion talisman had shrunk it. Who knew how much of the demon Qi that should have belonged to him had been sucked away? If the demon god evasion talisman failed to satisfy him during the demon prodigy battles, Ning Qi would definitely lose everything. All 7 clans have sent people to participate? That's right. Young Master Beixian, you told me to keep an eye out for North Moon Lingqiu. She's also participating this time. Yeah. Go to the North Moon clan and tell her that if she's willing to set off with us, come find me in the Demon King's estate tomorrow. Yes. Lang Xuexing turned around and left in a hurry. He felt like Ning Qi truly valued and trusted him by handing this matter to him, so he was obviously happy. Very soon, he arrived at the North Moon clan. After flashing his identity, he saw North Moon Lingqiu very smoothly. Your young master told you to come find me? North Moon Lingqiu was rather surprised. Miss Lingqiu, the young master said that if you're willing to go with him, you can go find him in the Demon King's estate tomorrow. Lang Shui said softly. Really? North Moon Lingqiu was both surprised and overjoyed. He found it rather hard to believe. The location of the prodigy battles this time was the ancestral Demon Mountains. That place was extremely dangerous, as well as the first trial the 3 tribes had given to the participants. The participants had to pass through the ancestral Demon Mountains and arrive at the location without any accompanying guard. Every time the demon prodigy battles took place, many self-proclaimed prodigies would be eliminated at this stage. They did not even have the right to participate. Of course it's true. Lang Shui smiled. Then go back and tell your young master that I'll definitely be there on time tomorrow. North Moon Lingqiu suddenly became rather embarrassed. Chapter 1993. Port of Mahai the next day. In the Devil King Manor, originally, Wan Li and Zhu Feng wanted to follow Ning Qi, so that they could take care of each other. However, the 2 of them found an excuse and left first. Ning Qi wasn't surprised by this. If the 2 of them stayed behind, Ning Qi would feel strange instead. Young Master Beixian, Lady Lingqiu is here. Lang Shui led North Moon Lingqiu into the courtyard. Behind her was an old man who gave off the presence of a mid-demon human. He was North Moon Muyang, who Ning Qi had seen in front of the teleportation formation in the past. Clearly, he was serving as North Moon Lingqiu's guard this time. They planned on setting off together. North Moon Muyang nodded with a smile when he saw Ning Qi. He then smiled at Lan Ruo as a form of greeting. They both cultivated in Yen Mountain City, and they were both mid-demon humans, so they had obviously seen each other a few times in private. They were not particularly familiar with each other, but they at least looked familiar. For some reason, North Moon Lingqiu felt rather shy. Her fair face seemed rather pink right now. Ning Qi found this rather strange. With this girl's personality, it did not make sense for her to behave like this. He had no idea that North Moon Lingqiu would misunderstand his invitation this time. In Ning Qi's eyes, since North Moon Lingqiu had sent a message for him, he could take her with him on the way and ensure that she reached the ancestral Demon Mountains safely. That would be returning the favor. Child Beixian, shall we depart now? North Moon Lingqiu whispered. Yes, let's go now. Ning Qi nodded. The ancestral Demon Mountain range was much further than the Lucifer tribe. There were only 4 teleportation arrays along the way. Most of the time, they had to rely on themselves to travel. If they set off now, it would take them at least half a year to reach the ancestral Demon Mountain range. At that time, they would have to spend some time in the ancestral Demon Mountain range. If there were no accidents, it would take them at least a year to reach the ancestral Demon Mountain range. Ning Qi, Lan Ruo, North Moon Lingqiu, and North Moon Muyang left the Demon King's residence and headed for the teleportation array. There weren't many people sending them off. Yi Yuan Venerate Slayer, Great Sage Xianzhen, and the others were all in Hidden Cultivator City. Ning Qi didn't greet them either. Only wolf eyes, wolf blood, and the others sent them off for a while, so it seemed a little lonely. Sigh, I really want to go with young Master Bei Xian. Lang Shui sighed as he watched the four of them leave. Lang Yen, Duo Lu and the others naturally wanted to follow them. However, they knew that the road ahead was long. Unless they were like Lan Ruo, a mid-stage human demon, they would only be a burden. Fortunately, Ning Qi left them a sum of demonic crystals, which was enough for them to cultivate in Hidden Cultivator City. When Ning Qi's group of 4 arrived at the teleportation array, there was already a group of demons standing in front of the teleportation array. There were about 50 to 60 demons. When they saw Ning Qi's group of 4, their expressions turned a little strange. Among this group of demons were the disciples of the 7 great clans, including Yang Go, Yang Ingui, Dao En, and many other influential figures in Yen Mountain City. They also sent their disciples. They seemed to have already discussed and were prepared to head to the ancestral Devil Mountain range together. Just the 7 clans alone had over a dozen guards accompanying them. Every single one of them was no weaker than North Moon Muyang. However, compared to Lan Ruo, they were naturally weaker. After all, before Ning Qi appeared, Lan Ruo was known as the strongest existence among the middle-stage demon-human cultivators in Yanshan City. Lungqiu, aren't you coming with us? Yang Go looked at North Moon Lungqiu coldly. Humph. North Moon Lungqiu snorted coldly and ignored Yang Go. Anger immediately ignited in Yang Go's heart. He glanced at her hatefully, then at Ning Qi, before entering the teleportation array. The others greeted Ning Qi's group, in particular Ning Qi. Apart from Yang Go, the others did not have too many conflicts of interest with Ning Qi, nor did they have any grievances with him. Since there was a chance for them to befriend Ning Qi, they obviously would not hold back. After everyone entered the teleportation array, there was a flash of light, and they arrived at the Ink Sea port. This was not a huge city, but it was even larger than one. The master of the Ink Sea port was also an early Earth demon. It was said that he was on friendly terms with Pain, or they would not have set up a teleportation array for each other. If they wanted to go to the ancestral Demon Mountain range, taking a ship from the Ink Sea port was the safest and fastest way. The other routes were either too dangerous, requiring them to pass through many dangerous places, or too far, making it impossible to make it in time. On the other hand, the Ink Sea port seemed to be accessible from all directions. It could lead to many places, and the ancestral Demon Mountain range was one of them. The black seawater surged with the sound of waves, crashing against the embankment of the port and creating waves that were several meters tall or even dozens of meters tall. The seawater was black in the sea, but when it landed on the ground, it was no different from ordinary seawater. As a result, this sea was called the Ink Sea. It was said that there were many strange and dangerous existences in the Ink Sea. The weak ones were on par with early demon-human cultivators, while the strong ones could not even be dealt with by Earth demon-human cultivators. However, the chances of encountering them were not too high. Ships of various sizes lined up at the port. These ships all possessed the aura of demonic artifacts. Occasionally, there would be ships returning to the port. They moved extremely quickly, arriving at the port in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a trail of black waves. The demons at the port of the Ink Sea had clearly received the news too. As soon as Ning Qi's group arrived, they saw many young demons brimming with smiles. They seemed rather excited as they formed groups of 3 to 5 and boarded the ships of their choice. Young Master Bei Xian, have you booked a ship? North Moon Muyang chuckled. Ning Qi shook his head. Lan Ruo felt rather ashamed. Nearby, Yango seemed to let out a disdainful laugh. Afterwards, the group of people made their way towards the most luxurious ship. Perhaps it could no longer be called a ship, but a warship. Just the height of the ship was 100 meters tall. It was as tall as a 100-story building. On the side of the warship was the image of a demonic dragon bearing its fangs and claws. It was different from the lizard dragons on the central continent. Clearly, it shared the same origins as Little Sick. It was a true dragon. When he thought about how this was a fragment of the demon continent after all, it made sense for a dragon to exist. Ning Qi immediately felt slightly relieved. That's perfect. A while ago, the Patriarch ordered me to buy a ticket for the Sea Dragon. There's no need for you to spend any more money, young Master Beixian. North Moon Muyang chuckled. Chapter 1994. Sea Dragon. The Sea Dragon was truly huge. Back when Ning Qi had first boarded Meng Qingling's warship in the central continent, he had been extremely shocked. Now that he was experiencing the same feeling for the second time, the only difference was that not only was the Sea Dragon larger than Meng Qingling's warship, it was also a high-quality demonic artifact. It was a grade higher than the rewards from the Demon Prodigy battle. It was not a battle type, but if someone really used it to smash someone, it would still be quite powerful. The ancestral Demon Mountain Range was only one of the stops on the Sea Dragon's route, so there were many passengers coming from all directions. Ning Qi sensed the auras in the surroundings and roughly estimated that there were around 100,000 demonic cultivators. The Sea Dragon had a total of 19 floors and 20,000 cabins. These cabins were all independent rooms, one for each person. There were also around 200,000 ordinary seats. Compared to the independent cabins, the tickets for these seats were much cheaper. However, the auras in the independent cabins were clearly denser than in other places. There were probably better defensive formations. Ning Qi and the others stayed on the 11th floor, which was only average. However, he saw that Yango and the others were also on the 11th floor, so the prices above the 11th floor were probably very different. Elder Mu Yang, how many demonic crystals would a ticket like this cost? Ning Qi asked. 200 mid-grade demonic crystals. North Moon Muyang smiled. 200 mid-grade demonic crystals was equivalent to 20,000 low-grade demonic crystals. Ning Qi had a rather strange look in his eyes. Regular demons really could not afford to stay in a place like this. For them, having a few hundred low-grade demonic crystals on them was already very generous. If they wanted to spend 20,000 on a ticket, they would have to give up on cultivating for the next few decades. If this place costs 200 mid-grade demonic crystals, what about the 12th floor? Ning Qi asked. The 12th floor is expensive. A ticket costs 400 mid-grade demonic crystals. That's double the price. Mu Yang raised his head and glanced at it. A sliver of envy flashed through his eyes. This was the Ink Sea. Although it was not very dangerous, if they really did come across sea monsters, staying on the 12th floor was clearly much better than staying on the 11th floor. This was because from the 12th floor onwards, the defensive formations in every cabin were around 50% stronger than those on the 11th floor. The 12th floor costs 400 mid-grade magic crystals. The price of the 19th floor. Ning Qi suddenly felt that this was a way to make money. Not to mention the price of the cabins on the 19th floor, there were more than 700 cabins on this floor. According to the calculation of 200 mid-grade magical crystals per cabin, the ticket on this floor would cost more than 100,000 mid-grade magical crystals. How much could the entire Sea Dragon earn by completing a complete route? Ning Qi wasn't too sure, but he was sure that it was a considerable number. He finally understood why the owner of the Sea Dragon was willing to use such an extremely rare high-grade demonic artifact to ferry passengers. The reward was simply too generous. Young Master Beixian, the seats on the 19th floor are usually reserved for the friends of the owner of the Sea Dragon, or those at the peak of the demonic human realm. Ordinary demons wouldn't be able to sit there even if they had the money. You could say that there's no market for it. North Moon Muyang lowered his voice and said. The owner of the Sea Dragon. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. Sea Dragon is a high-grade demonic weapon. Its owner's cultivation must not be low, right? Is it controlled by him personally? The owner of the sea dragon is a peak human demon and has been ferrying passengers here for more than 3,000 years. No one knows where he came from, nor which tribe or clan he comes from. However, I heard that he knows many earth demon existences, so no one dares to cause trouble on the sea dragon. The entire route is controlled by him personally. Otherwise, a high-grade demonic artifact wouldn't be able to fetch such a high price. North Moon Muyang said. I see. Ning Qi understood. This was equivalent to hiring a peak human demon to protect him. Although there were too many passengers and he might not be able to protect all of them, if there was any danger in Ink Sea, there would at least be a peak human demon to take care of it. This was the reason why the sea dragon had so many passengers. Boom! There was a loud sound. Ning Qi felt the sea dragon shake violently. In the next moment, it was already several kilometers away from the port of Ink Sea. Huge black waves rose up from the back of the ship. The speed of the ship was astounding. In just a few seconds, the port of Ink Sea had already become a black dot. The sea dragon did not quiet down as the ship set sail. There were bursts of cheers and roars coming from the deck. It was very lively. All kinds of programs gradually began. This was just like those luxury cruises that Ning Qi had taken on Earth. There were all kinds of entertainment programs for the guests to play. Ning Qi did not expect these demons to be so interesting and intelligent. Young Master Beixian, I heard that the demons of the Mirage Sea tribe are performing the great war of immortals and demons. Would you like to come with me? Seeing that Ning Qi and North Moon Muyang had finished their conversation, North Moon Lingqiu hesitated before walking up to Ning Qi with a sliver of anticipation in his eyes. The great war of immortals and demons? Ning Qi was slightly taken aback. The Mirage Sea tribe's great war of immortals and demons isn't bad. I was fortunate enough to witness it once. I heard that it's an imprint that their tribe found on a mysterious rock that has been passed down for who knows how many years. Back then, the Mirage Sea tribe protected it, preventing anyone from watching it. Their performance right now is just an illusion, so there's no need to pay too much attention to whether it's real or fake. North Moon Muyang smiled faintly. Lan Rua seemed to want to cultivate instead of watching the so-called Great War of Immortals and Demons. After asking for Ning Qi's permission, he hid in the cabin. He had yet to fully comprehend the mantras that Ning Qi had taught him before. Elder Muyang, some people say that it's a recording stone, so the images of the Great War of Immortals and Demons must be real. It must have happened before. North Moon Lingqiu said. Yeah. Since the young lady says it's real, then it's obviously real. North Moon Muyang chuckled. North Moon Lingqiu rolled his eyes. At this moment Ning Qi smiled. Then let's go and have a look together. Hearing that, North Moon Lingqiu cried out in joy. He directly grabbed Ning Qi's arm and passed through the demons, squeezing his way towards the deck. Seeing this, North Moon Muyang smiled and slowly followed behind them. No matter how slow he was, he maintained a distance of around 10 meters from the two of them the entire time. Isn't that North Moon Lingqiu? Her relationship with the young Master Beixian doesn't seem to be normal. Shu, be quiet. As soon as Yang Go emerged from the cabin, he saw North Moon Lingqiu pulling Ning Qi towards the deck intimately. His eyes immediately became filled with fury. Brother, this person is far too despicable. Chapter 1995. War of Immortals and Demons. On the deck of the Sea Dragon, it was like a market. Many demons had set up their businesses here. When Ning Qi and North Moon Lingqiu arrived on the deck, they could already see many demons exchanging cultivation resources in private. There were various pills, spiritual herbs, and materials for smithing. It was a dazzling sight. However, the truly valuable items could not be taken out in a situation like this. To many people, this was just a small matter. Not far away, there was a place covered by a black tent. Standing at the entrance were two slender demons who were only 1.2 meters tall. Their auras weren't too strong, about the same as Dual Lu's trio. However, their eyes were unusually bright, as if they would be deeply attracted by them. This demon's innate divine ability should be illusions. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. The two of you, would you like to see the great war of immortals and demons? 100 low-grade magic crystals per person is enough. The two demons immediately asked rather eagerly when they saw Ning Qi and North Moon Lingqiu arrive at the entrance of the tent. Ning Qi found that the other side didn't have any business. The devils that passed by would at most take a glance, and then leave without any hesitation. Obviously, it wasn't worth it for them to spend 100 low-grade magic crystals just to watch an illusion show. Another reason was that the Great War of Immortals and Devils had been going on for a long time, and there were certainly many devils watching it at the beginning, but as time passed, naturally, no devils were willing to watch it. Young Master Beixian, you can go in with Mississippi. I've already seen it, so I won't be going in this time. North Moon Muyang arrived behind the two of them and smiled. Ning Qi nodded, and threw out 2 mid-grade magic crystals. The 2 illusory sea tribes devils took a look, and a trace of joy immediately appeared on their faces. They respectfully led Ning Qi into the tent. As soon as they entered the tent, Ning Qi discovered that it was a completely different world. The tent looked extremely small on the outside, but the inside was as huge as the starry sky. North Moon Lingqiu looked around in a somewhat intoxicated manner. This is an illusion. Ning Qi reminded him via voice transmission. Only then did North Moon Lingqiu return to his senses. However, he gained an even deeper understanding of the Mirage Sea Tribe's illusions. They really were a tribe renowned for their illusions. Only 2 guests? Forget it, let's do this for a few more years, then we'll withdraw from this business. Yes. A few sighs rang out from behind the scenes. In the next moment, Ning Qi and North Moon Lingqiu discovered that the scenery around them was changing at a visible rate. Soon, the pitch-black abyss-like space instantly turned into a fairyland filled with immortal qi. The two of them stood in the middle of the white sea of clouds, the rolling sea of clouds constantly drifting past under their feet. Unfortunately, this kind of artistic conception was soon broken. They found that the clouds around them were getting redder and redder, stained with blood. Occasionally, broken limbs and wreckage floated past, followed by bursts of fighting sounds in the silent space. Hordes of figures suddenly appeared around the two of them, fighting each other. One side was filled with immortal qi, while the other side was filled with howling devils. The two sides seemed to have been mortal enemies for tens of thousands of years, killing each other to the death. At every moment there were people dying. What a terrifying aura! Fear filled North Moon Lingqiu's eyes. He subconsciously grabbed Ning Qi's arm tightly. The auras of these people fighting were extremely terrifying. Even earth demons paled in comparison. They might be existences above the Skyfiend level. Ning Qi said, "Is this real?" A sliver of doubt flashed through North Moon Lingqiu's eyes. She originally believed that the Great War of Immortals and Demons was real, but when she truly witnessed this scene, she finally understood why so many people scoffed at the Great War of Immortals and Demons, believing that it was all made up by the Mirage Sea Tribe. How could there be so many Skyfiend-level existences in this world? She did not notice that Ning Qi's gaze was becoming more and more solemn, because he discovered a few familiar figures among the people fighting. A child on a wheel of wind and fire swung his spear, stabbing it deeply into the head of a demon. The demon died on the spot, but in the next moment, countless more demons swarmed over. The child was no match for them, and was immediately heavily injured. Soon afterwards, a pagoda descended from the sky, saving the child from the group of demons. Before the stern-looking immortal who was holding the pagoda could say anything, a flash of a blade flashed past in the next moment. He was cleaved into 2 along with the pagoda. At the same time, there was a whistling sound as arrows stabbed into the child's back. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Naja, Li Jing, Ning Qi's expression became more and more solemn. He recalled the moment he entered the Tower of State of Mind back in the Twilight Night Alchemy Range. In the Tower of State of Mind, he had seen Naja covered in arrows, as well as Li Jing, who had lost half of his pagoda. Before long, Ning Qi saw a golden dragon charge into the midst of the demons, killing hundreds of demons with a single strike. The golden dragon's strength was even more terrifying than many immortals, but before it could display its might, a demon several thousand meters tall descended from the sky. The golden dragon was like an earthworm before him. The demon grabbed the golden dragon's head and directly placed it into his mouth. With a bite and a tug, the golden dragon let out a miserable shriek. Apart from its head that was still perfectly preserved, the rest of its flesh was sucked into the demon's stomach, revealing its ghastly white bones. The demon sneered and casually tossed aside the dying golden dragon before charging into the battlefield. He began slaughtering wantonly. Not a single immortal could withstand a single blow from him. With a single punch, hundreds of immortals would be reduced to ashes with miserable shrieks. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Ning Qi and North Moon Lingqiu. Due to how immersive the situation was, North Moon Lingqiu leapt in fright. Ning Qi's gaze landed on the figure instead. It was an old man with a horsetail wisp. There was a golden star between his brows. His face was sorrowful, but his eyes were filled with fury. "They lied to me. They lied to me. Tai Bai, why aren't they here yet? We can't hold on much longer. These demons are just too terrifying." When they saw the old man appear, the surrounding immortals all gathered over and glared at him furiously. "Hee," the old man chuckled bitterly. "They want to wipe out our ancient, immortal lineage. We can only rely on ourselves this time." "Damn it!" Some immortals roared furiously at the sky. Ancient, immortal lineage? Ning Qi could not help but rub the ring in his hand. When he wore this ring back then, the system had notified him that he had already become the successor of an ancient immortal. At this moment, the demon who had eaten the golden dragon sneered and slammed his palm towards Ning Qi. A huge shadow loomed over everyone, and North Moon Lingqiu subconsciously closed his eyes. "Tsk. How dare you, demon!" Chapter 1996. Danger. The Great Sage. Ning Qi's eyes flickered and he raised his head. He knew this was an illusion, so he felt no fear at all. A streak of golden light shot through the air, landing heavily on the demon. A sliver of fear appeared in the demon's eyes, and with a miserable shriek, he disintegrated. The other demons all roared and charged over when they saw this. In the next moment, Ning Qi finally saw the owner of the golden light. It wore golden chainmail, cloud-walking shoes made of lotus roots, and a violet gold crown with phoenix wings. It wielded a huge, golden club and blocked everyone's path majestically. It looked down on the demons that swarmed over like mountains and seas, and its eyes were filled with a sliver of unruliness. "The Great Sage is here. We're saved. Great Sage, Neza and Li Jing have died in battle. Please avenge them, Great Sage." Some immortals cried tears of blood as they howled madly. "You demons, you deserve to die. You deserve to die." It roared at the sky and swung its golden club. Wherever it passed by, the demons dispersed into the air like dust. It had basically cleared out all the demons there in an instant. This is North Moon Lingqiu opened his eyes and happened to see this majestic sight. Disbelief filled his face as he stared at it blankly. It suddenly lowered its head, revealing a monkey face. Its eyes were like lightning as it stared at Ning Qi and North Moon Lingqiu coldly. The two of them shuddered inside, only feeling the blood in their bodies surge. North Moon Lingqiu could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, while Ning Qi forcefully suppressed it. In the next moment, the surroundings changed, returning to normal. "Young Master Beixian, it seemed to have seen us earlier. Why isn't this an illusion?" North Moon Lingqiu wiped the blood from the corner of his lips. He was extremely shocked and could not help but ask. It is indeed an illusion. Perhaps it was looking at the mysterious rock that just happened to record this. Ningqi said sternly. Ningqi said in a low voice. He really wanted to know how the battle would turn out. He had already learned from Little Six about the great war of immortals and demons. The Devil Tribe was defeated, and even the Devil Tribe continent was destroyed. However, there was a hint of something not so simple in the message just now. It was clear that the immortals had been tricked. The reinforcements that should have come did not come. The old man known as Tai Bai had said that someone wanted to exterminate the ancient immortals. When Ning Qi thought back to what he had seen in the Tower of Mind, he suspected that these people had all been tricked to death. But would the legendary existence on Earth, who was said to be incredibly powerful and had almost pierced through the heavens, follow in their footsteps? The great war of immortals and demons has ended. I hope I didn't disappoint you. A short demon walked to the side of the two and said with a smile. Every demon who watched the great war of immortals and demons for the first time basically had the same expression as the two. North Moon Lingqiu had many questions to ask, but no matter what she asked, the demon shook his head, expressing that he did not know. This scene should still exist, right? Can I see the back? Ningqi suddenly asked. The short demon was slightly taken aback by that. Afterwards, a sliver of mockery flashed through his eyes. Sir, there is indeed a small part of the scene, but only those sky demon existences have the right to view it. Sky demon, huh? Yep, I understand. Ningqi nodded indifferently and left the tent with North Moon Lingqiu. After leaving the tent, North Moon Lingqiu clearly let out a sigh of relief. She had been extremely depressed before. It was difficult to imagine that if the existences from the scene earlier appeared here, the place she lived in would probably be forcefully smashed to pieces. Young miss, are you fine? North Moon Mu Yang saw that North Moon Lingqiu's complexion was rather pale, so he asked in a hurry. Elder Mu Yang, I'm fine. It's just that, North Moon Lingqiu was hesitant. Young miss, there's no need to worry. The great war of immortals and demons was just a scene the Mirage Sea tribe fabricated. How can there be experts on that level in this world? North Moon Mu Yang chuckled. She could tell from his gaze that he indeed did not believe it. It was like living an ordinary life on Earth. When you were in your 50s or 60s, someone suddenly told you that there was someone in this world who could destroy a tank or a plane with a single punch. Would you believe it? Anyone with normal thinking would never choose to believe such nonsense. Yeah. North Moon Lingqiu nodded. She began to lean towards North Moon Mu Yang's explanation. Indeed, how could there be existences on that level in this world? Otherwise, there would definitely be legends left behind, as well as traces of the great war of immortals and demons. Only Ning Qi knew that the traces of the great war of immortals and demons were on the shattered continent beneath their feet. In the distance, Yango stared at Ning Qi coldly. He just happened to see the two of them walk out of the tent, and North Moon Lingqiu grabbed Ning Qi's arm firmly. Ning Qi seemed to sense Yango's cold gaze. He turned around and just happened to meet Yango's gaze. If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out. Ning Qi communicated with him with a smile. Yango was taken aback, as if he had never expected Ning Qi to threaten him like this. He was so furious that he almost crushed his teeth. However, he knew he was not Ning Qi's opponent, so all he could do was turn around hatefully. He felt extremely humiliated. He secretly swore to himself that one day he would make Ning Qi pay. North Moon Lingqiu seemed to be exhausted after watching the great war of immortals and demons. He had no desire to continue strolling around, so he returned to the cabin to rest. Ning Qi strolled around casually before returning to his own cabin to sit down and cultivate. A few days later, the sea dragon suddenly trembled as if it had collided with something. Ning Qi slowly opened his eyes, and a sliver of sternness appeared in them. When he emerged from the cabin, there was already a crowd of people outside. Don't tell me we ran into an exotic beast from the Inksea? Lan Ruo was rather worried. It seems to be in the direction of the deck. Let's not go over there. Let's take a look at the situation first, North Moon Muyang said sternly. On the deck, miserable howls suddenly rang out. Countless black lightning-like things suddenly snaked out of the sea of ink, and each of them directly took the life of a demon. Those demons on the deck, as if they had gone mad, ran in the direction of the cabin, but they didn't have tickets, and were blocked by the array at the entrance of the cabin, unable to enter. Soon, the black lightning seemed to notice them and directly killed them. In a single moment, at least 10,000 demons had died to the black bolts of lightning. When North Moon Lingqiu saw this, fear immediately filled her face. She grabbed Ning Qi's arm subconsciously. She was the little princess of the North Moon clan. Although she had seen her fair share of battles, this was the first time she had seen so many demons die right before her. You beast! A furious bellow rang out. The master of the sea dragon has taken action. North Moon Muyang revealed a smile. Chapter 1997. Young Master Yuji, what kind of snake is that? Why is it so scary? Some demons were dumbfounded as they looked at the deck. Among the demons who had just died, there were many early-stage human demons. However, they were still killed by this small snake. Nether snakes. They are nether snakes. Nether snake? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. Young Master Bei Xian, we're in luck this time. We actually encountered the nether snake. A bitter smile appeared on Lan Ruo's face. What is a nether snake? Ning Qi said. It is said that the ink sea used to be blue, but one year it suddenly turned black. At that time, a few Almighty Earth Devil stage experts went to the ink sea to investigate the reason, and finally found out that a nether snake had come to the ink sea. That nether snake was thousands of feet long, and it was entrenched in the depths of the ink sea. The ink sea was dyed black by the nether devil chi that it emitted. This nether snake's cultivation was extremely terrifying. Those Earth Devil stage experts fought with it, and in the end, only one escaped alive. The rest were swallowed by it. These little nether snakes should be the descendants of that nether snake ancestor, Lan Ruo smiled bitterly. Netherworld demonic chi, Ning Qi suddenly understood. It was no wonder that the seawater was not truly black. When it landed on the ground, it looked like ordinary seawater. It turned out that the color of its body was caused by the demon chi. If what Lan Ruo said was true, didn't that mean that there was a terrifying existence in the depths of the ink sea that could kill an Earth Devil stage cultivator? After the death of the nether snakes on the deck, a wave suddenly appeared in the sea. Then, countless nether snakes broke out of the sea and attacked the old man on the deck. At the same time, countless nether snakes leaped into the air around the sea dragon. Many demons who didn't have time to escape were directly killed by these nether snakes. Pu. Ning Qi waved his hand a few times, and a few nether snakes were cut into two halves, falling at their feet. Return to the cabin. There's a formation inside. With that, he was about to pull North Moon Lingqiu into the cabin. Lan Ruo was ready as well, ready to return to the cabin at any time. But before they could do anything, the waves around them rose to the sky. Then, hundreds of times more nether snakes attacked the sea dragon. In an instant, even the formation on the cabin was broken by the nether snake. The weaker demons were slaughtered very quickly by the nether snake army. Ning Qi's group fared better, but North Moon Muyang and Lan Ruo were mid-demon human after all. The nether snakes were powerful, but they could not kill them in a short amount of time. Ning Qi was much more powerful than the two of them, so he moved through the sea of nether snakes with ease. North Moon Lingqiu was protected by Ning Qi every time he ran into danger. Not far away, Yang Go, Yang Yingui, Dao En and company were in a fluster. A few demon elites from Yen Mountain City had been killed by the nether snakes before they could even reach the ancestral demon mountain range. Sea Dragon Master, we're here to help you. Suddenly, a series of shrill howls came from the cabins above the 11th floor. Seeing this, the demons nearby saw about 20 to 30 figures breaking through the air. Judging from their auras, the weakest was at the middle stage of human demon, and the strongest was at the late stage of human demon. Each of their attacks could kill dozens of nether snake. With their help, everyone suddenly felt the pressure around them lessen a lot. Young Master Ug. When some of the demon race's geniuses saw the late-stage human devil that had helped, they immediately cried out in surprise. Their eyes were filled with ecstasy. It seemed that to them, this late-stage human devil gave them a greater sense of security than Master Sea Dragon, who was a full-circle human devil. There's Fairy Baichong too. Divine Lord Huang Wang. He's here too. To be able to be named so easily, they were naturally renowned prodigies. Aside from these three, the other prodigies were also not to be underestimated. The demonic prodigies nearby immediately perked up upon hearing this. With so many prodigies helping them, perhaps they would be able to survive this crisis. With that in mind, their attacks also became more ferocious and powerful. More demons rushed to the deck and fought alongside those prodigies. Ning Qi did not go to the deck. The situation on the deck was actually not urgent. Many demons who rushed to the deck had the mentality of being protected by the group of demon race heavenly talents. Relatively speaking, without Master Sea Dragon around the hull, it was easier for the nether snakes to break through. One nether snake after another was cut in half by Ning Qi. Ning Qi stood at the cabin door, and not a single black snake could pass through him and rush into the cabin. Because of the black snakes and their low strength, the nearby demons were not confident that they could reach the deck alive. When they realized that Ning Qi could easily kill the nether snakes, they all gathered around Ning Qi. Young Master Baixian, save me! A nether snake bit the shoulder of a demon. That demon looked at Ning Qi in despair and let out a roar. Ning Qi found this person familiar. He should be a heavenly talent of the demon race from Yen Shan City. Ning Qi took the opportunity to kill the nether snake. However, the nether snake wasn't just a simple physical attack. Its mouth seemed to contain a lethal poison that could quickly kill a demon. After that demon was bitten, his face quickly turned black. He died in front of Ning Qi with an unresigned expression. Many heaven's prides of the demon race who had separated from Yang Go and company hid behind Ning Qi as if they had gone mad. As for Yang Go and Daoen, they had appeared on the deck at some point in time. Under the protection of Master Sea Dragon, young Master Yuji, Fairy Baichong, God Huang Huang, and many other heaven's prides of experts, they were not affected too much. This battle lasted for about half a day. Finally, there were no more nether snakes in the Ink Sea. Sea Dragon Master's spiritual will moved slightly, and the Sea Dragon ship sped away. Sea Dragon Master, why did these nether snakes suddenly appear? Mr. Ug cupped his hands. Sea Dragon Master glanced at him. I'm afraid only the nether snake itself will know. We're safe at last. A demon sighed and let out a long sigh of relief. However, he noticed that everyone was looking at him strangely. These nether snakes are only young. With so many dead, their parents will probably come after us for revenge. We can't be considered safe as long as we don't land. Fairy Baichong said calmly. All the demons paled. Even the young snakes were so strong. This time, at least 20,000 demons had died on the Sea Dragon ship. If their parents came after them, how many more would die? By then, apart from experts like Sea Dragon Master, the rest of the demons would probably die. Young Master Baixian, I think we need to leave the Sea Dragon ship, Lan Ruo suggested with a solemn expression. North Moon Muyang shook his head. The Ink Sea is boundless. If we don't stay on the Sea Dragon ship, we'll still be in danger. When the time comes, without the protection of someone like Sea Dragon Master, We'll probably die in the ink sea. We can't advance or retreat. What should we do? Lan Rua's face was ashen. Everyone, go back. Since you're on the sea dragon ship, I'll help you get to your destination safely. What will come will come. There's no point in worrying. Sea Dragon Master waved his hand. With a slight movement of his body, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Senior brother, I'm Yang Go from Yenshan City. I'm Master's registered disciple. Chapter 1998. Does he still want his leg? This guy isn't even a demon human, yet he's young Master Yuji's junior brother? How is that possible? I heard that young Master Yuji's master is the second elder of the disciplinary hall, Davis. I even saw him chasing after the demon dragon ancestor a while ago. I wonder if the demon dragon ancestor is dead or not. Why is he chasing after the demon dragon ancestor? Shoo, quiet down. The reason is very strange, so it's best if we don't ask too much about it. What a pity. If I knew that guy was also a disciple of Sir Davis, I should have tried to get close to him earlier, a mid-stage human devil said regretfully. Everyone's gazes towards Yang Go immediately underwent a drastic change. Some were envious, some were jealous. In particular, Dwayne and the others were surprised by Yang Go's sudden actions, but when they heard what he said, they immediately became deeply shocked. He's actually become a disciple of Sir Davis? Just how many demonic crystals did the Yang family spend this time? They had guessed correctly. The price the Yang family had paid was extremely great. Normally, the Yang demon would never have paid such a great price for a measly position as a nominal disciple. However, the Yang family had offended Ning Qi and the North Moon clan because of Yang Go, so their situation in Yen Mountain City was very dangerous. If they still did nothing, the Yang family would probably be devoured by the combined efforts of the 6 other clans before long. Yang Go originally planned on revealing this matter after the Battle of Demon Prodigies. However, he had just seen Ning Qi kill the Nether Snake with such ease, which filled him with fear, and now he suddenly saw young Master Yuji on the ship as well. This was the first direct disciple of Davis. If he did not go up now, when would he wait for an opportunity like this? Yang Go of Yen Mountain City? Master's honorary disciple? Young Master Yuji frowned slightly as a sliver of doubt flashed through his eyes. He had never known that his master had accepted another honorary disciple. Was this guy trying to get close to him and pretend to be him? Senior brother, please take a look. Yang Go took out a jade tablet. When young Master Yuji saw the tablet, his gaze immediately changed slightly. He nodded and said, "Yep, it really is an honorary disciple tablet. When did you become Master's honorary disciple? Why have I never heard of you before?" Eldest senior brother, I haven't officially become Master's disciple yet. Master will only accept me as a disciple after the demon race's heaven's chosen battle. Yang Go said respectfully. Okay, I got it. Young Master Yuji nodded faintly. He was very clear that his master would sometimes use the quota of nominal disciples to exchange for cultivation resources in various tribes. Not to mention whether these nominal disciples could get the master's true teachings, it would be difficult for them to stay in the Lucifer Giant City for a long time in the future. The only advantage was that after becoming his master's nominal disciple, they could act a little more unscrupulously. After all, Davis was the second elder of the Law Enforcement Hall of the Lucifer tribe. His identity was extraordinary. Fairy Bai Chong and God Lord Huang Wang glanced at Yang Go with a faint smile. Clearly, they had the same thought as Mr. Yuji. Yang Go was delighted when he saw young Master Yuji admit his identity. He could not help but straighten his back and look at Ning Qi with complacency in his eyes. Young Master Bei Xian, this guy actually became Davis's disciple. I'm afraid he will target you in this demon race's genius battle. Lan Ruo said with an ugly expression. North Moon Muyang was dumbfounded by this as well. He subconsciously looked at North Moon Lingqiu. Young miss, you already know about this? Seeing how North Moon Lingqiu's expression remained the same, North Moon Muyang was slightly surprised. North Moon Lingqiu nodded. Her expression was cold, and her attitude towards Yang Go did not change because of this. She still detested this person. Bitch, there will be a day when you kneel before me and beg for mercy. Yang Go stared at North Moon Lingqiu coldly. He was extremely furious. The next few days were peaceful. They did not come across any exotic beasts, nor did the nether snake catch up. Over the past few days, Yang Go followed behind young Master Yuji the entire time, referring to himself as his junior brother. Apart from Yang Ingwei and the other descendants of the Yang family, Duane and the others gradually pulled away from him. After all, the difference in status between them and young Master Yuji was so great that they did not even have the right to follow behind him shamelessly. On the other hand, the other mid-demon human existences could talk to young Master Yuji and the others a little, but young Master Yuji was very cold. Apart from frequently talking to Fairy Bai Chong and Divine Lord Huang Huang, he basically looked down on the other demons. On this day, a demon suddenly arrived before Ning Chi's cabin and knocked on the door. What's the matter? Ning Chi opened the door and saw a demon he did not recognize. He could not help but frown. The demon's aura was similar to North Moon Muyang's, mid-demon human. I'll switch seats with you. How about that? The demon looked at Ning Chi with a smile. I'm not switching seats. With that, Ning Chi was about to close the door, but the demon extended his foot to stop him. Ning Chi glanced at his foot before looking back at him. The demon continued to smile in an unruly manner as he looked at Ning Chi in a slightly provocative manner. You'll have to switch seats today whether you want to or not. Ning Chi smiled. He looked past the demon's shoulder and saw that Yang Go and the others seemed to be paying attention to them from afar. He immediately understood what was going on. Do you still want this leg of yours? Ning Chi smiled. What? The demon did not seem to understand what Ning Chi was trying to say. An ant that had not even reached the demon-human realm was asking him whether he wanted his leg or not. That was basically, arg. A heart-wrenching pain erupted from his thigh. The demon lowered his head and saw that his right leg had been severed at the base. That was not all. Before he could even react, his leg had been chopped into mincemeat by Ning Chi. How is this possible? The demon stared at Ning Chi in disbelief. Just how powerful was the body of a mid-demon human? Even if Ning Chi was an early demon human, he would not be able to harm him at all, so why had his leg been chopped off? Bang! The door slammed shut heavily, almost smashing into the demon's face. Fury surged through his eyes, and he wanted to force his way in. However, on further thought, even if he could deal with Ning Chi or not, the master of this place, the Sea Dragon Guru, would not allow him to destroy the formations of the cabin for no reason. In the distance, Yang Go watched on with his mouth agape. Pai Luo is a mighty mid-demon human, so how did that guy chop off his leg in a single stroke? That guy can even deal with mid-demon human now? Yang Ingwei cried out in disbelief. Chapter 1999. To kill to the last man, young Master Yango. Pyro looked down at the base of his thigh. With such an injury, it would be impossible to reconstruct a leg without at least a few decades. Even if his leg was reconstructed, it would be impossible to reach his previous level, which was equivalent to having an additional flaw in his body. You didn't tell me that this person is so powerful. Pyro looked at the sheephook with a serious expression. Brother Piluo, this kid's cultivation is indeed not at the human devil stage. Yango said calmly. Normally, he would be afraid that the other party would take revenge on him because of this injury, but now it was different. His senior brother, young Master Yuji, was on the Sea Dragon. Even if the other party had 10 guts, the other party would not dare to touch him. How could you cut off my leg before reaching the human devil stage? Do you think I'm not in the middle stage of human devil? Pyro's expression sank. This, Yang Go found it hard to explain. He originally thought that Ning Qi's battle prowess was at most at the early stage of human demon, but he did not expect that Ning Qi would be able to take away one of Pai Luo's legs. This kind of strength had already exceeded his understanding, and he could not explain it at all. What happened? An indifferent voice rang out behind everyone. Yang Go's expression shook. He hurriedly turned around and bowed. Junior brother greets eldest senior brother. I am Pai Luo. Greetings, young Master Yuji. Pai Luo bowed with one leg, attracting many curious gazes. Beside young Master Yuji stood Fairy Bai Chong and Divine Lord Huang Huang. Apart from these two, there was a large group of demon race geniuses following behind them. These geniuses didn't have weak backgrounds. This time, they had traveled with young Master Yuji and the others to participate in the demon race's heaven's chosen battle. At this moment, seeing Pai Luo, whose cultivation was similar to theirs, having his leg chopped off, they were secretly shocked and their expressions turned solemn. I've met your master. Young Master Yuji looked at Pai Luo and nodded lightly. What happened to your leg? Eldest senior brother, Brother Piluo's leg was cut off by Zun Shan Demon King Pain's direct disciple, Bei Xian. He just wanted to change to another cabin, but the other party used the fact that he was Master Pain's direct disciple to do such a thing. Yang Go spoke first. The direct disciple of Zunshan Demon King Pain? The expressions of Fairy Bai Chong, God Lord Huang Huang, and the others changed slightly. They were a little surprised. They didn't expect there to be such an existence on the Sea Dragon. Pai Luo's complexion became even more unsightly. A trace of killing intent towards Yang Go arose in his heart. If he had known Ning Qi's identity, he would definitely not have tried to please Yang Go and stood up for him. But Yang Go did not tell him Ning Qi's identity immediately. It was clear that he was deliberately trapping him. However, with young Master Yuji present, Pai Luo could not do anything. Oh? Pain's direct disciple? I only know that he has 3 disciples. They are Wanli, Zhufeng, and Spider Pattern. Speaking of which, Spider Pattern is somewhat related to my Lucifer tribe. I have seen her a few times. She is a very arrogant woman. Young Master Yuji said calmly. Fairy Bai Chong could not help but let out a sneer. Her laughter was filled with obvious disdain. Many of the demons present knew that Fairy Bai Chong had a few conflicts with Spider Pattern in the past. The two of them had fought several times, and Fairy Bai Chong had always lost by a small margin. Let's go. Since Pain's direct disciple is here, we should go over and greet him no matter what. Young Master Yuji smiled faintly. That's right. I'd like to see just how strong this 4th junior brother of Spider Pattern is. He must be a late demon human if he can sever Pai Luo's leg, right? Fairy Bai Chong sneered. Pai Luo's face darkened. He said nothing. Demon Qi surged out from his thigh and condensed into a leg. It seemed no different from a real leg, but it was still fake. On the other side of the cabin, the demons immediately became respectful when they saw young Master Yuji and the others walk over. North Moon Muyang just happened to walk out of the cabin and was slightly surprised by this. When he discovered that Yang Go was staring at him coldly from within the crowd, he suddenly felt an ill omen. In the next moment, North Moon Lingqiu and Lan Ruo walked out one after another. It's him? He's trying to use young Master Yuji to harm young Master Beishin? North Moon Lingqiu was immediately alarmed when he saw Yang Go. Duane and the others stood on the other side of the ship, watching this with strange expressions. They had already guessed that Yang Go was probably trying to provoke them, wanting to teach Ning Qi a lesson on the Sea Dragon. Sir, you must be a remnant of the venerated mountain army? Young Master Yuji glanced past North Moon Muyang and Beishin before looking at Lan Ruo in the end. He knew the rules of the Demon King's estate. Every single direct disciple had a remnant of the venerated mountain army as a guard, with the exception of Spider Pattern. I am Lan Rua of the venerated mountain army. Lan Rua clasped his hands rather sternly. At this moment, the door behind Lan Rua opened, and Ning Chi walked out slowly. He glanced past everyone and smiled. How lively. May I ask why you've all come? He hasn't even reached demon human? Is he really Sir Payne's direct disciple? How rare. The group of demonic prides behind young Master Yu looked at Ning Chi with a strange expression. Previously, they were still a little fearful, thinking that Ning Chi might be the dark horse of the demonic race's Heaven's Pride battle. However, after seeing Ning Chi with their own eyes, the fear disappeared. Even if he was a disciple of a sky demon, they would not take him seriously. In this world, strength was everything. Goddess Bai Chong revealed a strange expression. Before young Master Yuji could speak, she asked first, "Are you really Sir Payne's direct disciple? Spider Pattern is your senior sister?" "Yes." Ning Chi nodded with a smile. Young Master Yuji smiled. He originally wanted to see what Payne's new disciple was capable of, but there was no need for that now. Although they were both direct disciples of Earth demon existences, his Master Davis's status was much higher than Payne's. Moreover, he was a late demon human, while his opponent was not even a demon human. They were not in the same circle at all. Thinking of this, young Master Yuji glanced at Pai Luo indifferently and smiled at Ning Chi. "Did you cut off Pai Luo's leg?" "He didn't want his leg anymore, so I took it away. Is there a problem?" Ning Chi smiled. Pai Luo clenched his fists and gritted his teeth in hatred. Suddenly, a surge of expectation surged in his heart. He looked at young Master Yuji, hoping that he could stand up for him and get back at him. Nonsense. Brother Pai Luo is a mid-stage demon human. How could he not want his own leg? You clearly saw him talking to me, so you killed him. You've already taken my woman away. Do you really want to kill me? Yang Go suddenly looked at Ning Chi with grief and indignation. A trace of fierceness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Take a woman away. Chapter 2000. Forced Marriage. Northmoon Lengqiu's expression became very ugly. Since when did she become Yango's woman? Yango's throwing caution to the wind. Dwayne and the others sighed inside. Wasn't he willing to reveal his humiliation in front of everyone so that young Master Yuji could stand up for him? Although he was only an honorary disciple, this still had to do with Davis's dignity. Young Master Yuji had no choice but to stand up for him today. Sure enough, just as everyone had guessed, young Master Yuji's expression changed slightly, and his smile gradually vanished. He glanced at Yango coldly before looking at Ning Chi in the end. "Sir, did you really steal my junior brother's woman? Does your junior brother have a woman? Who is it? Why don't I know?" Ning Chi said with a strange expression. "Lengqiu was originally my fiancée. If it weren't for you, why would she have left me?" Yango said furiously. "Yango, don't you dare say that. What happened between us has nothing to do with young Master Beixian. Back then, you just watched as I was about to be killed by the demon, yet you didn't turn back to save me. Now, you're even accusing me?" Northmoon Lengqiu was utterly furious. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? "Lengqiu, you've misunderstood. I came back to save you back then," Yango said sorrowfully. "How shameless!" Dwayne and the others looked at one another and could not help but sigh inside. They were all present back then, so they obviously knew whether Yango planned on saving Northmoon Lengqiu or not. They never thought Yango would actually distort the truth like this on the Sea Dragon today. "No matter what, lady, you should return to being my junior brother's fiancée. After all, the Lucifer tribe cannot be humiliated." Young Master Yuji looked at Northmoon Lengqiu with a smile. Northmoon Muyang's expression changed, and he felt rather regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have chosen another ship back then. Now that young Master Yuji had brought up the Lucifer tribe, the matter was indeed rather difficult to handle. If North Moon Lingqiu became Yango's fiancée again, let alone whether Yango would treat her sincerely in the future, it would be a form of torture for her. Impossible. I won't become his fiancée again. A sliver of fear flashed through North Moon Lingqiu's eyes, and he took a step back. Seeing this, Yango could not help but laugh madly inside. At this moment, Ningqi took a slight step forward and blocked North Moon Lingqiu's way. Seeing this, North Moon Lingqiu looked at Ningqi's sturdy back and was slightly touched. She really had not misjudged him. Even under these circumstances, young Master Beixian was still willing to stand up for her. Young Master Yuji, your Lucifer tribe is indeed strong, but it's not strong enough to the extent that you can decide someone's marriage at will, right? Who Miss Lingqiu wants to marry, that's her own business. What has it got to do with you? Ningqi smiled. What does it have to do with you? Everyone looked at Ningqi, dumbfounded. This guy actually dared to speak to Mr. Yuji like this? As for the demons from Yen Mountain City, they could not help but sigh in amazement inside. It was rumored that the young master of the North Mystic Demon King's estate had an extremely violent temper and would not give face to anyone. They had finally witnessed it today. Even if North Moon Chongshu or North Moon Lingqiu's father came in person today, they would not be bold enough to speak to young Master Yuji like that, right? Ah, he was done for. He's dead for sure this time. Yango laughed instead of becoming angry. He looked at Ningqi with great joy inside, as if he was looking at a dead man. On the Sea Dragon, Ningqi was alone and without help. Now that he had angered his first senior brother, only death awaited him. Even if Pain found out about this in the future, they still had Davis to support them. There was no need to fear Pain at all. Why does this guy's temper resemble spider patterns so much? Fairy Baichong could not help but ask Divine Lord Huang secretly, as expected of a senior sister and junior brother relationship. However, Spider Pattern has the strength to be arrogant, but what gives him the right? Just because he's Pain's direct disciple? He's fine with scaring regular demons. A sliver of disdain appeared in Divine Lord Huang's eyes. Young Master North Mystic Lan Rua let out a long sigh inside and took a step forward. He was already prepared to fight. Seeing that, North Moon Muyang hesitated before taking a step forward in the end. The atmosphere immediately became rather tense, as if a great battle was about to break out. There's no need to discuss this anymore. You're an elder of the North Moon clan, North Moon Muyang, right? Mr. Yuji glanced at Ningqi indifferently, as if he did not take Ningqi's words to heart. Afterwards, he looked at North Moon Muyang. That's me. North Moon Muyang nodded. He never thought Mr. Yuji would actually recognize him. By the looks of it, the disciplinary hall of the Lucifer tribe put quite a lot of effort into gathering information. Once we reach the ancestral demon mountains, this lady will marry my junior brother. Do you have any objections? Young Master Yuji looked at North Moon Muyang and said indifferently. Young Master Yuji, the engagement between my young lady and young Master Yango has already been cancelled. Why don't you wait for me to return and contact the Patriarch so that he can make a decision? North Moon Muyang smiled bitterly. There's no need. My decision will be the same. It's decided. Once we reach the ancestral demon mountains, they'll get married. If your Patriarch has any objections, he can come to the disciplinary hall of the Lucifer tribe to find me, young Master Yuji said indifferently. Young Master Yuji said faintly. Then, he turned around and left. However, before he left, he suddenly stopped and glanced at Ningqi. No one will show you mercy in the Devil Race's Heaven's Chosen battle because of your identity. If you want to participate in the battle, you have to think twice. With that, young Master Yuji left slowly as if he was very confident in his decision earlier. He did not believe the North Moon family could disobey him. He did not even have any intentions of asking North Moon Lingqiu, the person in question. Lingqiu, when the time comes, I'll treat you well, Yango said to North Moon Lingqiu secretly. His voice was extremely icy cold. Afterwards, he glanced at Ningqi complacently before chasing after young Master Yuji. North Moon Lingqiu's expression became extremely ugly. She could not help but tremble. When she thought of the Lucifer tribe's tyranny, she believed she was doomed this time. When you see Spider Pattern, tell her that I'll be waiting for her in the Battle of Demon Prodigies. Fairy Baichong glanced past Ningqi indifferently. Before Ningqi could reply, she turned around and left. Arrogance without strength is foolishness. Divine Lord Huang Wang smiled indifferently. Not long after, the cabin quieted down. Many demons who had been saved by Ningqi wanted to say something to comfort him, but they did not know what to say. They could only shut their mouths and sigh inwardly. In their opinion, Ningqi, who had saved them from the nether snake, was easier to get along with than young Master Yuji and the others. Elder Mu Yang, I'd rather die than marry that bastard Yango, North Moon Lingqiu said sadly. There's no need to panic, young lady. There's still room for negotiation. Mu Yang comforted her. Don't worry, he can't marry you. I have people in the Lucifer tribe too. Chapter 2001. The bet young Master Baixian has people in the Lucifer tribe? North Moon Muyang was slightly surprised. He looked at Lan Ruo as if he wanted to verify this. Lan Ruo laughed dryly when she saw this. Don't look at me. Young Master Baixian has indeed gone to the Lucifer Colossal City last time. I really don't know if there's anyone there, but perhaps he can find young Mistress Spider-Mark and get her to speak up for him. I'm sure young Master Solitary Silence will give her some face. Really? A sliver of hope immediately surged through North Moon Lingqiu's eyes. If we can really get young Mistress Spider-Mark to speak up for him, that's indeed a good idea. North Moon Muyang nodded. He was rather pessimistic inside, but he did not show it. He was afraid that North Moon Lingqiu would not be able to handle it and do something stupid. In the following days, basically all the demons knew that Ningqi had some grievances with young Master Solitary Silence. They no longer dared to approach Ningqi, afraid that they would be targeted by young Master Solitary Silence. Yango, on the other hand, made many friends on the Sea Dragon. Every single one of them was a demonic human. He found his identity as Davis's nominal disciple to be super useful. In the past, those demonic humans might not have given him face. Although his father was a late demonic human, he was only a local tyrant. All those who could reach the demonic human realm had some sort of background. Compared to Yango, who often swaggered through the streets on the Sea Dragon, Ningqi's side was much more deserted. Even when they walked past the entrance of the cabin, many demons would maintain a certain distance. The nether snake did not appear again, and the Sea Dragon did not encounter any more strange beasts. After about 3 months, the speed of the Sea Dragon gradually slowed down. Many demons walked out of the cabin and onto the deck. Not far away, there was a huge port where many huge ships were docked, some of them even bigger than the Sea Dragon. Young Master Baixian, we'll reach the ancestral demon mountains in around 10 days from here. Lan Ruo stood behind Ningqi and whispered. Yeah. Ningqi nodded. Ningqi's side was completely empty. No demons approached. On the other side, young Master Solitary Silence had gathered several thousand demons. These prodigies were all going to the ancestral demon mountains to participate in the Battle of Prodigies. There were also several tens of thousands of demons planning to watch the battle. They all had to disembark at this port. Without waiting for the Sea Dragon to reach the shore, young Master Yuji and the others had already soared into the sky and landed directly on the port. The rest of the devil race followed suit. Soon, the number of devil race on the deck was reduced by 30%. However, there were still tens of thousands of devil race left on the sea dragon. They still had to wait until the next destination before disembarking. After all the demons disembarked, the sea dragon did not stop for long before it left the port and continued its voyage. Young Master Yuji and the others did not leave. After Ning Qi and the others disembarked, they slowly walked over. North Moon Lingqiu was rather afraid, hiding behind Ning Qi. We will reach the ancestral demon mountain range in a few days. When the time comes, I will be the witness for my junior brother's wedding. Young Master Yuji smiled at North Moon Lingqiu before glancing at Ning Qi. When the demons nearby saw this, a hint of schadenfreude appeared in their eyes. Even Sir Payne's direct disciple would lose face if he offended young Master Yuji. Thank you, senior brother. Yang Go cupped his hands respectfully. Young Master Yuji looked at him indifferently and did not say anything. How could he not know what Yang Go was thinking? If it wasn't for the fact that Ning Qi was an in-name disciple, young Master Yuji might not have offended the revered mountain demon King Pain. However, the key point was that he didn't have a good impression of Ning Qi. What he did this time could be considered as a small lesson. Do you think we'll get married just because you say so? If you can't get married, where will you put your face? Ning Qi smiled and said. Everyone was mildly surprised. Afterwards, they looked at Ning Qi rather pitifully. Even now, he still cared about his pride. With young Master Yuji's identity, and for the sake of his junior brother's marriage, would a mere North Moon clan of Yenshan City dare to turn him down? They probably wouldn't even dare to offend a regular Lucifer demon, right? Not to mention that young Master Yuji's master, Davis, was the second elder of the Lucifer tribe's disciplinary hall. It was very likely for him to enter the elder's cabinet in the future and become an existence that truly wielded great power in the Lucifer tribe. If I say they'll get married, then they'll definitely get married. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. Young Master Yuji smiled indifferently. A bet? Sure. What are we betting on? Ning Qi smiled. How about this? If you lose, you'll become my disciple. What do you think? Young Master Yuji smiled indifferently. Yang Go was mildly surprised. His expression was rather ugly, but thinking about it, the corner of his lips curled up slightly. Clearly, his first senior brother did not actually want to take him as a disciple. He just wanted to humiliate him. Thinking up to there, Yang Go became rather eager. If Ning Qi really became a disciple of young Master Yuji, wouldn't that mean he would become his junior nephew? At that time, Tisk, that's a nice bet. Many demons praised inside. They thought very highly of young Master Yuji's bet. Young Master Bei Xian, don't bet. North Moon Lingqiu hurriedly transmitted his voice to Ning Qi. This bet could not be made. Oh, then if you lose, you'll become my disciple? That's not very nice. I personally don't like taking in disciples. How about this, if you lose, you'll… Ning Qi looked around and suddenly saw Duane. A faint smile appeared in his eyes, and he pointed at Duane. If you lose, you'll become his disciple. Duane looked at Ning Qi with a dumbfounded look on his face. Why did the fire suddenly spread to him? Duane hurriedly looked at young Master Yuji, wanting to explain. However, young Master Yuji merely glanced at him coldly, before looking at Ning Qi. All right, it's a deal. With that, he turned around and left without giving Duane the opportunity to explain. Duane and the others stood in the distance blankly. Only when young Master Yuji had left did he look at Ning Qi with a bitter smile. Young Master Bei Xian, why must you make things difficult for me? Ping Tian and Kong Yen secretly rejoiced that they had not spoken too much to Ning Qi in the past. Daoan had clearly unintentionally offended Ning Qi, which was why he had ended up like this. Even if Ning Qi lost the bet, he would still be remembered by Mr. Yuji. As for winning the bet, that was impossible. Make things difficult for you? You don't want a late human demon disciple I'm giving you? Ning Qi smiled and made his way towards the ancestral demon mountains. North Moon Muyang, North Moon Lingqiu, and Lan Ra all had rather ugly expressions, but seeing how composed Ning Qi was, they could not say anything. All they could do was follow him quickly. Duane, my condolences. Ping Tian and Kong Yen patted Duane's shoulder and comforted him. Condolences, my ass. Condolences. Chapter 2002. Entering the ancestral demon mountain range. A few days later, Ning Qi and the others saw more and more devils gathering from all directions. Some of these devils were just here to join in the fun, and some were here to participate in the devil race's chosen battle. Almost every 3 or 4 zhang apart, there would be a group of devils. It was conceivable that this devil race's chosen battle had attracted at least millions of devil geniuses. Many devils looked travel-worn, and it was possible that they had spent several years or even 10 years on the road. 10 days later, everyone could see an endless mountain range in front of them. The demonic qi inside seemed to be much more abundant than the outside world. From afar, they could see that the black demonic qi was like a landscape painting, staining the sky. In this mountain range there were many giant trees. Some were hundreds of feet tall, while the shorter ones were hundreds of feet tall. Compared to them, those trees that were more than 100 feet tall were like small saplings. Young Master Bei Xian, there are many demonic beasts in the ancestral demon mountain range. Only a few of them have some intelligence. Most of them have no intelligence at all. As long as they are awake, they will keep eating. Therefore, they will not rest until they are dead. Among them, there are powerful demonic beasts whose cultivation is not weaker than the demonic full circle. I heard that some of them have already developed some intelligence. Even those at the Earth Demon stage do not dare to provoke them. Lan Ruo replied telepathically. A monster comparable to the Earth Devil stage? Ning Qi's eyes turned solemn. If he were to encounter such an existence, he probably wouldn't be able to escape, right? Setting the battlefield of the demon race's Heaven's Pride battle in the ancestral demon mountain range meant that the experts of the 3 major tribes were already paying close attention to this place. When the time came, would they lend a hand? I reckon that only those with connections will be able to get help. As for the other demons, if they die, then so be it. No one will even give them a second glance. Ning Qi glanced at young Master Yuji. Only existences like them were qualified to be saved by Earth Devil stage beings. As for the other devils, he believed that the 3 major tribes would not be so kind as to fight against Earth Devil stage beings for them. At this moment, a huge ship flew over from the horizon and landed in front of everyone. There was a demon standing at the front of the ship, looking down at everyone indifferently. When you arrive at the ancestral demon mountain range, participants can enter on their own. Those who accompany them will board my giant warship and head directly to the battlefield of the demon race's prodigy battle. His voice was transmitted into the ears of every demon under the surging demonic qi. Lan Ruo, Elder Muyang, now that we're here, only Miss Lingqiu and I can leave together. Ning Qi smiled. Young Master Bei Xian, I'll leave the young lady to you. A sliver of worry flashed through North Moon Muyang's eyes. Afterwards, he flew onto the huge ship with Lan Ruo. The other demon guards could only fly onto the ship as well. Let's go. Ning Qi smiled at North Moon Lingqiu and led the way towards the ancestral demon mountain range. Young Master Yuji and the others were staring at them from nearby, as if they wanted to see if they would enter the ancestral demon mountain range or choose to flee. North Moon Lingqiu glanced at Yang Go and just happened to meet his cold gaze. He shuddered slightly and quickly caught up to Ning Qi. When Yang Go saw this scene, the coldness in his eyes intensified. Senior brother, don't worry. Since you are my junior brother, I naturally can't get married like this. When we arrive at the battlefield of the Demon Clan's Genius Battle, I will find a few demons from the Lucifer tribe as witnesses." Young Master Yuji chuckled. "Thank you, senior brother." A sliver of joy appeared in Yang Go's eyes. With that, even that old bastard North Moon Chongshi would not dare to say anything. Sai Duane and the others saw that Ning Qi and the others had already entered the ancestral demon mountain range, so they set off as well. They chased after Ning Qi. Yang Go was under young Master Yuji's protection, so there definitely would not be any danger along the way. However, they were different. Right now, all they could do was see whether Ning Qi could help them out or not, because they were both from Yen Mountain City. As soon as they entered the ancestral demon mountain range, North Moon Lingqiu discovered that Ning Qi had grabbed her arm. Before she could react, Ning Qi had already shot off like a cannonball. Wind and demon qi gushed into Ning Qi's mouth. Ning Qi moved extremely quickly, so quickly that North Moon Lingqiu struggled to react. The surrounding scenery changed at a visible rate. Duane and the others gazed at the empty ancestral demon mountain range. They did not see Ning Qi at all, so they immediately felt dejected. Several days later, Ning Qi gradually slowed down. During this time, they encountered many demonic creatures that launched sneak attacks, but Ning Qi killed them all with a single punch. A few of the demonic creatures were even at mid-demon human. North Moon Lingqiu saw how Ning Qi dealt with them casually and never threw a second punch. She was shocked by Ning Qi's strength once again. However, the deeper they went into the mountain range, the more Ning Qi sensed how terrifying the ancestral demon mountain range was. He could already sense a few weak auras. They were equivalent to Zhu Feng 10,000 miles and the others at the very least. These auras all seemed to be asleep, so Ning Qi obviously would not wake them up. With his current strength, it would probably take him a lot of effort to suppress late human demons. Let's walk slowly. In the end, Ning Qi completely slowed down. At this point, young Master Yuji and the others probably would not be able to catch up so quickly. Although he had always said that he would marry North Moon Lingqiu and Yang Go after they arrived at the battlefield of the Demon Prodigy battle, Ning Qi could not help but be cautious about whether he would suddenly kill them in the ancestral demon mountain range. A few more days passed. When the two of them passed by a valley, over a dozen figures suddenly appeared in the surroundings, slowly surrounding them. "It's two little guys who haven't even reached demon human. TSK, they're participating in the battle with that kind of strength? Looks like they come from an extraordinary background. This girl is quite pretty. I'll keep her. Don't fight with me over her. Boss, you can have the girl, but I'll have the boy." Ha ha. There was a roar of laughter. Afterwards, one of the demons glanced at Ning Qi and North Moon Lingqiu with a chuckle. He said, "Little guys, hand over all the demonic crystals, demonic artifacts, pills, and cultivation methods you've brought this time." North Moon Lingqiu looked at the group indifferently. He was not nervous at all, because the group's auras were only at early demon human. There was not even a single mid-demon human. The guy referred to as boss was probably at the peak of early demon human. His aura was the thickest, but compared to the demonic beings Ning Qi had killed recently, this group's strength was nothing. She had heard long ago that many demons would hide in the ancestral demon mountain range during the demon prodigy battle. They were not there to participate in the battle, nor were they there to spectate. Instead, they were there to rob the passing demonic prodigies and set up various traps. It was very easy for the inexperienced prodigies to fall for the traps, losing everything in the end and having their corpses destroyed. Many prodigies would disappear like this every time the demon prodigy battle took place. But this time, the other party had jumped out directly. Clearly, they saw that their cultivation was too low, so they did not want to trigger the traps they had set up before. Demonic crystals, demonic artifacts, pills, cultivation methods, clothes. Hand them all over, and I'll let you die a quick death. Chapter 2003. Killing by throwing stones, what did he say? He wants us to hand over demonic crystals and pills? Ha ha! Little guy, are you crazy? A devil stepped forward and slapped Ning Chi's head. Ning Chi smiled and reached out to grab the devil's hand. With a light twist, the devil's arm suddenly made a cracking sound. The devil's arm, which had been tempered by devil chi for countless years, was twisted like a fried dough twist. Ning Chi smiled, stretched out his hand, and with a shake of his hand, the devil was suddenly lifted high into the air by Ning Chi and smashed into the ground with a bang. Blood continuously flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his body twitched a few times. It looked like he was about to die. Walala! The group of demon bandits retreated a few steps when they saw this. They looked at Ning Chi in disbelief with a hint of fear on their faces. Seventh brother? The leader of the bandits called out tentatively. However, seventh brother no longer had the strength to answer him. He desperately tried to open his eyes. Puff! Ning Chi stepped on the demon lightly and he died completely. May I know who you are? Seeing their companion die, the group of demons looked at Ning Chi with a trace of fear in their eyes. The leader was unable to advance or retreat. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes as he growled. Do you need to see who you're robbing? Is there any use asking me who I am? Ning Chi said with a faint smile. He's indeed a genius who came to participate in the war. He must have an amazing demonic weapon to be able to kill an early-stage human demon. Let's work together to suppress him. Don't let seventh brother die in vain, the leader of the bandits roared. His subordinates came to a sudden realization. A trace of greed appeared in their eyes. Then, they all attacked Ning Chi together. Bang bang bang! Ning Chi punched one demon at a time. The demons who were punched stiffened as if they were electrocuted. They lay on the ground stiffly. Soon, only one of the dozen demons was left standing. He looked around in fear and found that their leader was not here. Where was their leader? The demon turned his head and saw a black dot in his vision. From the movement of that figure, it was undoubtedly their leader. Our leader ran away alone. That devil looked at this scene dumbfounded. He still couldn't believe it. He was the one who wanted everyone to attack together, so why did he run away alone? Your boss ran away? Ning Chi walked to the side of the devil and stood shoulder to shoulder. Looking at the black dot in the distance, the devil trembled in fear. Trembling, he wanted to say something, but found that there was a stone in Ning Chi's hand. Rocks? What does he want to do? Is he going to use this stone to kill me? A pleading expression appeared on the devil's face. Young master, who? Swoosh. Ning Chi had already thrown the stone. It was so fast that it almost tore through the void. Then, that devil saw his boss, who had already become a black dot, suddenly fly up and then heavily fall to the ground. There was no reaction for a long time. He was either dead or had fainted from his injuries. He had used a stone to smash his boss to the point that he was either dead or seriously injured. The fear on the face of the devil became more and more intense. What kind of abnormal person was this in front of him? He was clearly not even in the human devil stage, but his means were so terrifying. Young master, I was wrong. I shouldn't have done such a despicable thing here. If you let me live, I am willing to give everything to you. That devil knelt on the ground with a thud. Go and take all the magic crystals from their bodies. Also, bring your boss's body here. Ning Chi said lightly. Hearing this, the devil showed a trace of surprise in his eyes. Since Ning Chi said so, it was very likely that he would be spared this time. Immediately, he began to search every corpse. When he ran in the direction of his boss's body, a trace of hesitation appeared in his heart. Should I just run away like this? He subconsciously looked back and found that Ning Chi was throwing a stone up and down in his right hand. He was so scared that he almost staggered. In the end, he obediently moved the body of the robber boss over. There was a bowl-sized wound on the back of his head, and the brain inside had been smashed into mush. He could not be more dead than he was. Just these few magic crystals? Ning-Chi looked at the more than 200 mid-grade magic crystals in his hand, and showed a trace of disappointment in his eyes. That devil was shocked. He thought that Ning-Chi suspected that he had hidden some magic crystals. He quickly emptied his body to show his innocence. "All right, remember, don't do such despicable things in the future. Today I will let you go." Ning-Chi waved his hand lightly. "Thank you, young master, thank you. I will never do such things again." That devil was so touched that he almost burst into tears. Today was really a close call. Tens of thousands of years of hard work was almost destroyed. He decided that from now on, he would never rob anyone again. The risk was too great. Although money could come quickly sometimes, if he met an iron plate, he could end up like his companions. Tens of thousands of years of hard work, but all he got in return was their corpses in the wilderness. It was truly a desolate scene. In the depths of the ancestral Demon Mountain range, there was a huge city. This huge city had only recently been established. To be able to establish such a city in such a dangerous place was extremely difficult. However, there were no reports of any casualties this time. At most, some of the demons in the periphery were silently taken away by demonic beasts. As for those powerful demonic beasts, not a single one of them showed themselves. Although they did not have intelligence, they knew to seek luck and avoid danger. The three major tribes had joined forces with several top cities to establish the battlefield for the demon race's Heaven's Pride battle. Which demonic beast would dare to come out and die? Many of the demon race's geniuses who had set off earlier had already appeared in this huge city. Because the demon race's Heaven's Pride battle had not started, they were either looking for a place to cultivate in seclusion or strolling around the city's market, buying and exchanging cultivation resources. Every devil walking on the road had a trace of arrogance on their faces. In the center of this huge city there was a building. The demons passing by looked at this building with a hint of respect in their eyes. This was because the devils who lived in this building were from the three major tribes and other top cities. Being able to live in this building was a symbol of status. At the city gate, Yang Go followed closely behind young Master Yuji. He looked around as if he was searching for Ning-Chi and North Moon Lingqiu. He basically did not come across any danger on this trip to the ancestral Demon Mountain range. The demonic beasts he encountered along the way were basically dealt with easily by young Master Yuji, Fairy Bai Chong, and Divine Lord Huang Huang. Yang Go did not even have the chance to attack before he arrived at the battlefield of the demon race's Heaven's Pride battle safely. There. Chapter 2004. Arriving, Ning-Chi and North Moon Lingqiu walked over slowly. The two of them had already noticed young Master Yuji, Yang Go, and the others. North Moon Lingqiu seemed rather frightened and hesitated to speak. She really wanted to know just how confident Ning-Chi was. Young Master Yuji and the others studied Ning-Chi indifferently, and a sliver of surprise flashed through their eyes, as Ning-Chi and North Moon Lingqiu seemed far too clean. Apart from their group, the other demons nearby all seemed rather haggard. After all, the ancestral demon mountains were filled with danger. It was very easy for them to come across demons that were difficult to deal with, so they were all more or less injured. Young Miss North Moon Muyang and Lan Rua both rushed over from the city gate. Seeing how North Moon Lingqiu and Ning-Chi had arrived safely, the two of them let out a long sigh of relief inside. "Let's go. It's time for your wedding to begin." Young Master Yuji smiled faintly. Afterwards, several demons stepped forward and surrounded Ning-Chi and the others. Young Master Bei Xian, North Moon Lingqiu looked at Ning-Chi. "Let's go. I've said it before. You can't get married." Ning-Chi smiled. Young Master Yuji smiled faintly. He did not say anything, but everyone could sense that his laughter was filled with endless mockery. "You damn thing! You'll know how powerful you are soon. You can't get married?" Humph. Yango stared at the two of them coldly. He was already imagining how he would trample on North Moonlingchio after they were married. Women who betrayed him did not deserve a good outcome. North Moonmuyang wanted to say something, but when he saw how indifferent Ningqi was, he could only exchange glances with Lan Ruo. Together with Ningqi, they made their way into the huge city under the many enthusiastic demons' encirclement. "That's young Master Yu. There's Fairy Bai Chong and Divine Lord Huang too. More and more true prodigies have arrived. Looks like the demon prodigy battle this time will be extraordinarily fascinating." Along the way, when the demons nearby saw young Master Yu and the others, they all had different expressions. Some were in awe, some were envious, and some were jealous. Many of the demonic geniuses had a hint of fighting spirit in their eyes. These geniuses were basically from tribes that were not too powerful. Relying on their talents and countless cultivation resources, they had reached the late stage of the demonic human-demon realm. However, compared to young Master Yu and the others, whether it was in terms of status or cultivation, they were a notch lower. Now, the demonic geniuses' battle was a good opportunity for them to make a name for themselves. As long as they displayed their strengths, they believed that they would be able to obtain a satisfactory master in this geniuses tournament. Their future path would be much easier. "Isn't that our fourth junior brother?" Standing at the corner of the street, Wanli and Zhu Feng gawked at Ningqi, young Master Yu, and the others walking into the building that only the demon clan members in the top cities of the three tribes could live in. The two of them were relatively ordinary demonic geniuses. Although Pain was at the early stage of the Earth Demon realm, which was already considered an extremely powerful backer in the eyes of many demons, compared to the three tribes and the top cities, he was still a far cry. And under these powers, there were still many tribes and powers that were much stronger than the Devil King's manor. They had perfect inheritances, and there were old ancestors who had lived for countless years. And in the Devil King's manor, the strongest was only Pain. "Why is fourth junior brother with young Master Yu and the others?" Zhu Feng frowned. When he saw that even Ningqi was allowed to enter the building, but he and Wanli were not, he felt very upset. "I don't know, but I think he might not have a choice." Wanli smiled. "What do you mean?" Zhu Feng's eyes flickered slightly. "Didn't you notice that those demons in the middle stage of the human-demon realm seemed to be afraid that fourth junior brother would escape, so they blocked his path of action from all angles?" Wanli smiled. When Zhu Feng heard that, the scene from before immediately surfaced in his mind. Afterwards, a faint smile appeared on his face. It was just as Wanli had said. His fourth junior brother did seem like he was being held hostage. "Then what about us?" Zhu Feng looked at Wanli. "Let's pretend we didn't see anything." Wanli patted Zhu Feng's shoulder. "The Demon King's mansion shouldn't have a fourth junior brother in the first place. If he really did offend Yu and the others this time, then so be it." Zhu Feng smiled when he heard that. "Senior brother Yu." As soon as they entered the building, many demons greeted Yu. These demons were all prodigies of the Lucifer tribe. Seeing that he was the direct disciple of the second elder of the disciplinary hall, they were obviously more enthusiastic. From this, it could be seen that Davis had a rather high status in the Lucifer tribe. Seeing this, Yango felt even more delighted. It was indeed the right decision to become Davis's disciple. Thinking up to there, he could not help but sneer and look at North Moonlingchio and Ningqi. Hearing Yango's sneer, North Moonlingchio could not help but shudder. "First senior brother, you've finally arrived." Suddenly, a group of demons walked over from the opposite side. Among them, there was no lack of late-stage demons. The weakest was also at the middle stage. Yango subconsciously straightened his back. These demons must be the personal disciples under Davis. "Where's Master?" Has he returned? Young Master Yuji smiled. Master hasn't returned yet. Oh, that's fine. Let me introduce you. This is Master's newly accepted disciple, Yang Go. Young Master Yuji pointed at Yang Go. Yang Go hurriedly bowed. I'm Yang Go. Greetings, senior brothers and sisters. Disciple? The group of demons glanced at Yang Go indifferently. They seemed rather cold. Yang Go was slightly unhappy when he saw this, but he still forced a smile on his face. He dared not show it. There's still a few more years before the demon prodigy battle starts, right? Junior brother Yang Go's fiancée is here today as well. I plan on being her witness. Junior brothers and sisters, please do me a favor and invite a few elders over to be witnesses. Let's hold it in the reception hall of our Lucifer tribe. If you have any good friends, please invite them over. Let's have some fun together. Young Master Yuji smiled. Alright, that's a good idea. I'll go invite the elders. One of the demons laughed aloud and turned around to leave. Seeing this, the other demons all expressed that they would invite a few good friends over as well. At the same time, they felt rather curious. How could a mere disciple earn so much attention from their first senior brother? North Moon Mu Yang and North Moon Lingqiu's faces immediately darkened. Lan Ruo subconsciously glanced at Ning Qi and discovered that the young master of the North Mystic sect was still very calm. He could not help but feel a sliver of admiration. If he were in their shoes, he probably would have lost his composure a long time ago. Shall we go? Young Master Yuji looked at Ning Qi with a sliver of mockery. In his eyes, he had already won the bet this time. Young Master North Mystic, don't worry, you won't get married. Chapter 2005. What a coincidence! Perhaps because Ning Qi had angered Yuji, the news did not just spread through the three great tribes and the peak cities. Even many prodigies of the demon race outside received invitations to attend Yang Go and North Moon Lingqiu's wedding. I see. Wanli and Zhu Feng looked at the invitations in their hands and finally came to a realization. Senior brother, are we going or not? Zhu Feng smiled. Of course we're going. I heard that the little girl from the North Moon family likes our fourth junior brother. This time, fourth junior brother definitely won't just watch her marry Yang Go so easily. TSK, the Yang family sure is generous. Who knows how much they've paid to become Elder Davis's honorary disciple. No matter what, there'll be a good show to watch this time. Wanli smiled. But if fourth junior brother becomes impulsive and offends the Lucifer tribe, isn't it a little inappropriate for us to be present? Zhu Feng was rather hesitant. Would he dare? Wanli sneered. What a coward! If you're not going, I'll go myself. With that, he directly made his way towards the building. Seeing that, Zhu Feng frowned before quickly following him. The reception hall. This was a colossal hall. Even if 5,000 or 6,000 people stood in it, it would not seem crowded. The various demons had arrived one after another, and there were already 2,000 or 3,000 people. Yang Go constantly stared at North Moon Lingqiu coldly. He did not disguise the threat in his eyes at all. At the same time, his gaze towards Ning Qi was filled with killing intent. His identity was completely different now. So what if Ning Qi was Pain's disciple? Even Pain was not bold enough to provoke the Lucifer tribe. In the immortal prisons 3 great tribes and 4 great cities, apart from the Lucifer tribe, the Qiyu tribe and the Xingtian tribe also had quite a number of demons. There was no lack of late-stage demons among them, and their statuses were similar to young Master Yuji and the others. Although they were not the most powerful demons in their tribes, they were at the peak of the middle rank. Their masters were the various great elders of their tribes. Wanli and young Master Zhu Feng have come as well? Lan Ruo noticed the two of them as soon as they entered the hall and contacted Ning Qi secretly. Ning Qi glanced at the two of them and found that they were looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. They then found a seat in an inconspicuous corner and sat down. Obviously, they did not intend to get involved in this matter, and were here to watch the fun and see the joke. Ignore them. Ning Qi faintly transmitted his voice. Not long after, a demon suddenly walked in with a group of people with ugly expressions. This group of people had very low cultivation levels. Compared to the demons present, there was a huge gap. They looked battered and battered. They should have just come out of the ancestral demon mountain range. Senior brother, I've brought the person you wanted. Yes. Young Master Yuji nodded indifferently. He glanced at Dao En and the rest and said with a faint smile, "Find your own seats." Yes, yes. Dwayne and the others hurriedly cupped their hands, then looked around the hall with bitter expressions. They could only find a suitable seat in the corner closest to the door and sit down. It's over. Young Master Yuji really hates me. It's all that guy's fault. Damn it. Dwayne looked at Ning Qi angrily, but he found that Ning Qi was calm and collected, as if he would definitely win the next bet. This discovery made Dwayne feel a little shocked. Before Dwayne could think about it, another group of demons arrived. Yuji, it's your junior brother who's getting married? Congratulations, congratulations. Young Master Shui is too polite. You're giving me face by coming today. Please take a seat. When everyone saw young Master Chiyu, many demons revealed a trace of surprise. They did not expect the direct bloodline of the Chiyu tribe's Deacon's Hall Grand Elder to come. Not only that, there was also a young demon with a cold expression and slightly black lips standing beside young Master Chiyu. He was rather famous in the three major tribes. He was the personal disciple of the Xingtian tribe's law enforcement Hall Grand Elder, Xing Tianhao. In terms of status, he was even higher than Yuji. The demons of these two tribes basically followed the two of them here. After the two of them sat down, Yuji glanced around the hall. Almost everyone had arrived. Next, they only needed to wait for the few elders of the Lucifer tribe to come out and be witnesses. Then, they could start the wedding. There were no other rules for a demon's wedding. As long as the demons who came had enough weight, the wedding would be of a high standard. The Yang family's descendants were a little excited. They did not expect their young master to receive such a high-standard wedding. Many demons from the three major tribes and 4 major cities had come. If it was before, they would not even dare to think about it. They felt that Yang demon's decision this time was very correct. Although the Yang family had paid a huge price and their cultivation resources would be much lesser for a long time in the future, they were still a little dissatisfied at the beginning. Now that they saw everything, that trace of dissatisfaction had already vanished. After today, who in Yen Mountain City would dare to offend the Yang family? Yang Ingwei had a smile on his face, but his heart was extremely painful. In the depths of his eyes, there was a trace of deep jealousy. How good would it be if he was the main character today? Not long after, a figure surrounded by a few demons walked into the hall. When everyone saw that figure, a trace of surprise flashed across their faces. The left and right enforcers of the Lucifer tribe's Saint Lady Temple? Yuji actually managed to invite the left and right enforcers of the Saint Lady Temple. This is quite a big deal. It's probably because of his master. After all, Lord Davis is the second elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. He still has a certain amount of faith in the Lucifer tribe. The left and right enforcers of the Saint Lady Temple often followed the saint on trips, so the demons here could basically recognize them. At this moment, even Fairy Bai Chong, Lord God Huang Huang, and the others showed a trace of surprise in their eyes. Chiyu little blood. Xing Tianhao's eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. The cultivation of the left and right enforcers of the Saint Lady Temple was similar to theirs. They were both in the late stage of human demons. Moreover, they were quite famous among the elite. Ordinary elites were not qualified to serve as the left and right enforcers. Today, Yu was able to invite an enforcer. This already showed that his face in the Lucifer tribe was definitely big enough. Senior brother, the elders are not free, so I can't invite them. However, this right enforcer has some relationship with me. I invited him for you. Is it okay? The demon who invited the left protector of the Saint Lady Temple asked. Fifth junior brother, you have done well today. A trace of joy flashed in Yuji's eyes. The elders they could invite were nothing more than those who had reached the peak of human demons and had no possibility of advancing to the earth demon stage. Their status was far inferior to that of the left and right enforcers of the Saint Lady Temple. Originally, he only planned to teach Ningqi a lesson, but he did not expect to have such a surprise today. He believed that it would not be long before his name would rise to the next level through the propaganda of the demons present. Thinking of this, Yuji greeted them with enthusiasm. Yang Go was trembling with excitement. What a coincidence! There is no need to trouble yourself anymore. Chapter 2006. Isn't this a great honor? Brother Zhao Qing, your presence here truly brings light to our humble dwelling. Yuji went up and clasped his hands. Zhao Qing nodded indifferently. He had only come for the sake of his distant relative. The saintess happened to be in secluded cultivation too, so he had nothing better to do. Qiyu, Xing Tianhao, and the others all stood up and greeted Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing did not just have one identity. Apart from being a protector of the Saintess Hall, his bloodline was also linked to a certain elder of the Lucifer tribe's pavilion of elders. Coupled with the fact that he was a prodigy himself, there were obviously many demons who wanted to use this opportunity to befriend him. A protector of the Saintess Hall as a witness? North Moon Muyang glanced at North Moon Lingqiu subconsciously. He discovered that her face was already filled with despair. His heart jerked violently, and he said to Ningqi secretly, Young Master Beixian, can you ask young Master Spider Pattern to come forward? I don't know where Senior Sister Spider Pattern is either. Ningqi replied with a smile. This, North Moon Muyang felt regret inside. If he had known this earlier, he would have done everything he could to send the news to Yen Mountain City so that North Moon Chongshu could hurry over and deal with this. He's going to get married? Your junior brother? Zhao Qing looked at Yang Go indifferently. Yang Go was overjoyed. He knew that this person's status was even higher than Yuji's. I am Yang Go of Yen Mountain City. Greetings, senior brother Zhao Qing. The elders and descendants of the Yang family who had come this time were in high spirits. They ravished with joy inside. With a protector of the Saintess Hall as a witness, they believed that the other 6 clans would definitely be shocked out of their wits once the news reached Yen Mountain City. When they thought of that, they were overwhelmed with excitement. They could not help but tremble. Where's the girl? Which clan is she from? Zhao Qing smiled. That's her, the young lady of the North Moon clan of Yen Mountain City, North Moon Lingqiu. Young Master Yuji pointed at North Moon Lingqiu with a smile. Zhao Qing glanced at North Moon Lingqiu and thought to himself that she was indeed beautiful. Afterwards, his gaze landed on a figure beside North Moon Lingqiu, and he was immediately stunned. Then, the two of you can start getting married. Young Master Yuji laughed faintly and glanced at Ningqi mockingly. You have already lost the bet. Why don't you become my disciple before my junior brother gets married? Bet. Wanli and Zhu Feng stared at Ningqi, dumbfounded. Their 4th junior brother had a bet with young Master Yuji? Moreover, it seemed that the stakes were not small. If he lost, he would have to become young Master Yuji's disciple? Wouldn't that be equivalent to betraying the Demon King's mansion? Interesting. Wanli revealed a faint smile. A hint of a smile flashed in Zhu Feng's eyes. As expected, I still lost. It's a pity that I was implicated by him this time. Mr. Yuji will definitely bear a grudge against me. Duane's face was pale. A hint of pity appeared in the eyes of Ping Tian, Kong Yen, and the rest. If Ning Qi became Mr. Yuji's disciple, his future would probably be extremely miserable. They could already imagine that scene. A sliver of despair appeared in North Moon Lingqiu's eyes. He transmitted his voice to Ning Qi. Young Master Beixian, this time, I've dragged you into this. I've said it before. You can't get married. Don't you trust me? Ning Qi chuckled. His voice spread throughout the hall with the surging demonic qi. How dare you? Young Master Yuji's junior brothers and sisters immediately yelled. Only then did the demons present notice Ning Qi's existence. Their expressions were rather strange. A guy who had not even reached the human demon stage actually dared to say something like that? Did he not want to live anymore? Isn't our fourth junior brother a little too bold? Wanli and Zhu Feng looked at each other. Are you still unwilling to admit it even now? Young Master Yuji looked at Ning Qi indifferently. Eldest senior brother, this kid wishes for nothing more than to tear me into pieces. I hope senior brother can seek justice for junior brother. Yang Go cupped his hands angrily. Ning Qi smiled and ignored the two of them. Instead, he looked at Zhao Shu. Is the Saintess here? Zhao Shu immediately reacted. He looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression and cupped his hands. The Saintess is in seclusion. This scene caused everyone to be a little stunned. Young Master Yuji looked at Zhao Shu in disbelief. When he went up to greet him earlier, Zhao Shu did not even clasp his hands, yet Zhao Shu was clasping his hands at a mere direct disciple of the Demon King's estate in Yen Mountain City. Do they know each other? What's going on? Yang Go stared at Zhao Ming and Ning Qi dumbfoundedly. Suddenly, an ill omen rose up in his heart. As for North Moon Lingqiu and the others, after recovering from their daze, they looked at Ning Qi in utter shock. Was Ning Qi's acquaintance Zhao Ming? If that was the case, there was indeed room for negotiation today. North Moon Muyang could not help but show a sliver of excitement in his eyes. He sighed and sighed. Young Master Beixian really didn't lie to me. Fairy Bai Chong, Divine Lord Huang Wang, Qiyu Shueshao, Xing Tianhao, and the others all had strange expressions. Clearly, they could tell from what they had just said that Ning Qi and young Master Yuji were not on good terms. He did not approve of the marriage, and now that he knew Zhao Shu, it was very likely that the marriage would fall through. Fourth junior brother, since when do you know someone like that? Wanli and Zhu Feng were in disbelief. Even they could not speak to Zhao Shu. Daoen, who had already fallen into deep despair and annoyance, suddenly raised his head and looked at this scene in disbelief. At this moment, the prodigies of the demon race who came from Yen Shan City beside him were also somewhat dumbfounded by this scene. Brother Zhao Shu, you and this kid? Young Master Yuji's expression became rather ugly. Brother Zhao Shu, please make a trip. How can we not invite the Saintess to attend the wedding today? Ning Qi smiled. Hiss, all the demons gasped in their hearts. Young Master Yuji turned around abruptly and stared at Ning Qi. What is he saying? Invite the Saintess to attend? Even if the Elder Cabinet made an appearance, it would not be so easy to invite her. The status of the Saintess Temple in the Lucifer tribe was second only to the Elder Cabinet, and the Saintess was the supreme ruler of the Saintess Temple. Just when everyone was unwilling to believe this fact, Zhao Shu hesitated for a moment. The Saintess is in seclusion. I don't know if she will come, but I can send a message for you. Young Master Beixian, please wait for a moment. After saying that, he turned around and left in a hurry, forming a sharp contrast with the scene of him walking over slowly. After Zhao Shu left, the atmosphere in the hall became a little tense. All the demons were silent and looked at each other. Fairy Bai Chong looked at Ning Qi with an extra glimmer in her eyes. Come. Ning Qi waved at Daoen. Daoen, who was immersed in shock, subconsciously walked in front of Ning Qi. Ning Qi looked at young Master Yuji and said with a faint smile, During the apprenticeship ceremony later, the Saintess will be your witness. Isn't this a big deal? Young Master Yuji's face instantly turned pale, but he reacted quickly and spat out a few words. You're just bluffing. Chapter 2007. You, take me as your master. As time passed, the atmosphere in the hall became more and more tense, especially the elders and disciples of the Yang family. A trace of fear welled up in their hearts, and they exchanged glances in private. If Ning-Chi really knew the Saintess of the Saint Lady Temple, what should they do? He's just buying time. The Saintess will never be there. Yang Go clenched his fists tightly and encouraged himself in his heart. He didn't believe that Ning-Chi could really invite the Saintess over. She was just a personal disciple of the Zun Shan Demon King. How could she have such a big face? Not only did he not believe it, but young Master Yuji and his junior brothers and sisters also did not believe it. They knew the status of the Saint Lady Temple in the Lucifer tribe. Usually, even if the elders of the Elder Cabinet came forward to invite the Saint Lady, they would not be able to invite her. Only the great elder of the Elder Cabinet had this kind of honor. Do you think this kid is deliberately mystifying things? Chiyu Blood Prince looked at Xing Tianhao and transmitted his voice. Xing Tianhao looked at Ning-Chi and his eyes moved slightly. He said, "It doesn't seem like it. He is so calm, so he must be confident. If this child can really invite the Holy Maiden of the Lucifer tribe to come, we can make friends with him in the future." Chiyu narrowed his eyes. "Senior brother, what do you think fourth junior brother is planning? If the Saintess doesn't arrive, won't Yuji tear him apart?" Zhu Feng transmitted his voice. "He won't go as far as tearing him apart. Just based on the fact that he knows him, Yuji will have to give him some face." Wanli shook his head slightly. Compared to everyone else's disbelief, North Moon Muyang and the others were filled with anticipation, especially the dumbfounded Duane. He did not know why he had walked over to Ning-Chi's side just now, and he had already begun to regret his decision. Now that he was in a difficult position, if Ning-Chi could not invite the Saintess here, he could not imagine what would happen to him. Thinking of this, Duane subconsciously glanced at Yuji, only to find that Yuji happened to be looking at him coldly. Very quickly, an hour passed. Not only did the Holy Maiden not come, even Xiao Chen's figure was nowhere to be seen. The atmosphere gradually relaxed, and a smile appeared on Yuji's face. Ah! He is indeed deliberately mystifying things. Yang Go let out a long sigh of relief as he laughed madly inside. The people of the Yang family were no longer as nervous as before. "I think it's getting late. Let's go through the ceremony." Young Master Yuji smiled faintly and walked straight to the main seat. Cold autumn, Yang Go smiled and looked at North Moon Lingqiu. At this moment, the demons sitting outside the door gasped. Even Mr. Yuji, who was sitting in the main seat, couldn't help but stand up and stare at the entrance of the hall with his mouth agape. Yang Go stared blankly at Mr. Yuji, then turned around stiffly. He saw Qing Ming following behind a woman with a respectful expression as they entered the hall. That woman was graceful and noble, and her body exuded a faint aura of an earth devil. The moment they entered the hall, a devil stood up and bowed. Seeing this scene, Yango's body could not help but start to tremble. "Greetings, Saintess." The demons of the Lucifer tribe saluted one after another. They lowered their heads and looked shocked. They couldn't believe that they could see their Saintess here. Sure enough, she's the Saintess of the Lucifer tribe. Chiyu and Xing Tianhao exchanged glances, then stood up and bowed. Wanli and Zhu Feng's hearts seemed to churn as they looked at Ning-Chi in shock. He really knows the Saintess? Duane looked at Ning-Chi in disbelief. Afterwards, he was overjoyed. At the very least, he could escape today. Although North Moon Muyang, North Moon Lingqiu, and Lanrua already believed that Ning-Chi knew the Saintess, they still found it hard to believe that the Saintess was actually here. Saintess, you, Mr. Yu walked over to Jian Shilai in a few steps. As he bowed, he glanced at Ning Qi from the corner of his eyes. Only he knew the shock he felt. Jian Shilai nodded indifferently, then looked at Ning Qi. The corner of his lips curled up slightly. Beixian, I heard that someone is getting married here? When the demons heard Jian Shilai's way of addressing Ning Qi and the hint of a smile on his lips, their gazes towards Ning Qi immediately underwent a huge change. This guy didn't just know the Saintess. From the looks of it, they seemed to be very close. Yang Go's body trembled even more, while Mr. Yu Ji's expression became even uglier. It's not that someone is getting married, but Mr. Yu Ji is using his status to force a marriage. Please seek justice for me, Saintess. Ning Qi smiled. Thump. The demons looked up, only to see Yang Go kneeling on the ground in fear. A hint of disdain flashed through the eyes of the demons. With such courage, he still wanted to force a marriage? Saintess, there's a misunderstanding. Mr. Yu Ji forced a smile and was about to forcefully explain, but Ning Qi interrupted him rudely. Misunderstanding, my ass. With so many people watching, how can it be a misunderstanding? I have both witnesses and material evidence here. You're forcing a marriage. Ning Qi smiled. Yu Ji, is there such a thing? Jian Shilai looked at Mr. Yu Ji. No, as soon as Mr. Yu Ji spoke, he looked at Jian Shilai in horror. He was unwilling to believe that the Saintess would not even give him a chance to explain. Boom. Jian Shilai gently put down his palm. Mr. Yu Ji was already kneeling side by side like Yang Go. There were several chains condensed from demonic qi on his body. My Lucifer tribe, as one of the 3 major tribes, is extremely arrogant. How could you do such a despicable thing like forcing a marriage? Jian Shilai said coldly. The killing intent in his eyes was extremely strong, as though he was going to kill Mr. Yu Ji at any moment. The demons were dumbfounded. When they looked at Ning Qi again, there was a hint of fear in their eyes. This guy had such a good relationship with the Saintess? No matter what, Mr. Yu Ji was the eldest direct disciple of the second elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, Davis. He didn't even have the right to explain and was suppressed just like that? Yu Ji wanted to explain a little more, but when he noticed the strong killing intent in Jian Shilai's eyes, he immediately shut his mouth. Mr. Yu Ji, since this marriage can't be carried out, shouldn't you fulfill the bet between us? Since the Saintess is here, let's be a witness. Hurry up and acknowledge Brother Dao En as your master. Ning Qi said with a smile. He put his hand on Dao En and pushed him in front of Yu Ji. Bet. A trace of doubt flashed in Jian Shilai's eyes. Ning Qi smiled and explained the bet between him and Mr. Yu Ji. Then, the expressions of all the demons in the hall became extremely strange. Oh, since that's the case, you must accept your loss. Don't embarrass my Lucifer tribe. Chapter 2008. He who does not know is not guilty. Master, young Master Yu Ji's face was ashen. Young Master Yu Ji's face was ashen. His junior brothers and sisters looked at this scene anxiously. However, Jian Shilai's status was too high and his cultivation was extremely powerful. Their master was not around at the moment, so they were at a loss and did not know what to do. Yu Ji, do you want so many people to see that the demon clan of the Lucifer tribe goes back on their words and goes back on their words? Jian Shilai said faintly. She wants to kill me. Yu Ji's eyes were filled with extreme fear. His body shivered, then he turned his head with difficulty and looked at the dumbfounded Dao En. Master, please accept a bow from your disciple. Yu Ji lowered his head, clenched his fists, and said while gritting his teeth. No, I don't dare. Dao En waved his hands repeatedly and looked at Ning Qi in horror. He was about to cry. Senior brother. When Yu Ji's junior brothers and sisters saw this scene, many of them had tears in their eyes. This sentence meant that he had voluntarily betrayed the sect. From now on, he would no longer be Davis's personal disciple. Fairy Bai Chong, Lord God Huang Huang, and the others glanced at Ning Qi from the corner of their eyes. When they thought of the scene when Ning Qi and Yu Ji made a bet, they suddenly realized that this guy had already been digging a hole for Yu Ji to jump into. Lord God Huang Huang's face was not very good. When they were on the Sea Dragon, he had mocked him and said that he was arrogant. Now, he had slapped his face. With the saintess of the Saint Lady Temple backing him up, how could he not be arrogant? Good. The apprenticeship is over. Dao En, from now on, young Master Yu Ji will be your disciple. You have to bring him back to Yen Mountain City, and keep a close watch on him. Don't let him go out and cause trouble. Ning Qi patted Dao En's shoulder. Young Master Beixian, please let me go. Dao En wanted to bang his head against the wall. What? Do you think his cultivation is not high enough? I see that his bones are amazing. He can still become a human demon in the future. Or are you afraid that you can't suppress him if he causes trouble in Yen Mountain City? Don't worry, the Saintess will support you. Ning Qi smiled. Not bad. Jian Shilai nodded indifferently and glanced sideways at Yu Ji. Since you've said it, you must be his disciple in the future. If you do anything disobedient, I won't forgive you. I understand. Yu Ji spoke in a low voice. After he finished speaking, he seemed to have lost all his strength and collapsed to the ground. In the next moment, he abruptly raised his head and stared at Ning Qi. His eyes were filled with boundless hatred. It was this fellow who caused him to end up like this. He was originally a personal disciple of Davis. Didn't he have boundless glory wherever he went? But after today, such days would be far behind him. Perhaps his good friends would also avoid him like the plague. After all, he had offended the Saint Lady of the Saint Lady Temple. Yang Go wished he could faint on the spot. He lowered his head and did not make a sound. Even his breathing was suppressed to an extremely low volume, afraid of attracting Ning Qi's attention. As long as you understand. Jian Shilai nodded indifferently, before looking at North Moon Lingqiu. Little girl, what's your name? North Moon Lingqiu looked at Jian Shilai in shock. The Saintess is asking you a question. Ning Qi reminded her with a smile. North Moon Lingqiu took a step forward in a rather flattered manner and bowed in a hurry. Saintess, I'm North Moon Lingqiu. North Moon Lingqiu? That's a good name. My last maidservant has already died, so I'm lacking a maidservant to serve me right now. You can take over. Jian Shilai smiled indifferently. North Moon Muyang felt like the goddess of luck had shot him with an arrow. The Saintess of the Lucifer tribe had actually taken a liking to the little princess of his North Moon clan, North Moon Lingqiu? This was simply great news. Seeing how North Moon Lingqiu remained stunned and silent, North Moon Muyang panicked inside. However, the Saintess was right in front of him, so he dared not remind her without permission. When the other female demons present saw this, a sliver of envy appeared in their eyes. As the personal maidservant of the Saintess, they would have as many cultivation resources as they wanted in the future, and they would even have the opportunity to learn the profound demonic arts of the Lucifer tribe. Why didn't something as great as that fall into their hands? Instead, a woman from a minor clan obtained it? I'm willing. North Moon Lingqiu finally returned to her senses. She could not help but show joy. Ning Qi's gaze shifted slightly. Had Auntie Jian misunderstood something? Lingqiu, how do you want to deal with this guy? Jian Shilai smiled indifferently and looked at Yango. I want to kill him, North Moon Lingqiu said without any hesitation. Her cold gaze landed on Yango like a knife. In her opinion, if it were not for the fact that young Master Beixian was acquainted with the Saintess, he probably would have been forced into a dead end by Yango, Yu Ji, and the others already. She had to avenge him. Yango's eyes rolled back, and he almost fainted from fright. His body trembled like a sieve as he stammered, Saintess, I'm Master's registered disciple. Why, you can't kill me. You're just a mere registered disciple, yet you dare to covet someone from the Saintess Hall? Even if I kill you today, would your master dare to say no? Jian Shilai looked at Yango coldly. But Lungqiu has only just become your maidservant. She doesn't know. There was a flash of cold light, and Yango's head fell to the ground with a thud. His life force was fading away at a visible rate, and he looked at Jian Shilai in despair. I'm not guilty. With that, his eyes immediately turned grayish-white. Yang Yingwei and the others stared blankly at this scene. A sliver of disbelief appeared in their eyes. Yango had died just like that? The sudden change left them rather at a loss. The other demons instead looked at Ningqi. Ningqi put the Dragon Slayer saber away and smiled. Even if this guy dies 100 times, it's not a pity. With that, he looked at Yang Yingwei. Yango's dead. Are you going to seek revenge from me? The accompanying elder of the Yang family took a deep breath and clasped his hands. We wouldn't dare. Yango coveted the maidservant of the Saintess Hall. He deserved to die. Yang Yingwei and the others hurriedly expressed their stance as well. What a joke! Who would dare to admit it at a time like this? Although they did have a sliver of desire for revenge in their hearts, after thinking about it carefully, with Ningqi's background, it was unlikely that Yango would come personally to seek revenge. The expressions of Dao En and the others were somewhat complicated. Back then, they and Yango had been called the Four Great Princes by the demons of Yenshan City, and they still had some friendship. Now that Yango had died in front of them, they could not help but feel a little sad. Yuji lowered his head. He was not shocked by Yango's death. Instead, a sliver of joy flashed in his eyes. He had fallen to such a state because of Yango. Chapter 2009. At Master's command. All right, the show is over. Everyone can leave now. Jian Shilai waved his hand lightly. Seeing this, the demons got up and walked out of the hall with a trace of shock on their faces. The show today was indeed interesting. Young Master Yuji, the personal disciple of the second elder of the Lucifer tribe's law enforcement hall, acknowledged an ant who was not even in the human devil stage as his master. If the news were to spread, it would definitely be explosive. Not long after, only Qi Yu and the other demons were left in the hall. They first glanced at Ningqi, then smiled and cupped their hands at Jian Shilai to bid farewell. Fourth junior brother, Saintess. Wanli and Zhu Feng walked forward with a smile. Lan Ruo sneered when she saw this. Young masters, why didn't you say anything when young Master Bei Xian was being forced? If Lord Payne knew about this, I wonder how the two of you would explain it? Lan Ruo, you can't talk nonsense. If young Master Yuji bullied junior brother, the two of us would naturally help. Now that the Saintess is here, of course, the two of us have nothing to do. Wanli laughed dryly. Zhu Feng twitched the corner of his mouth and smiled. What's the matter? Ningqi frowned. The two of them were slightly stunned. If there's nothing else, why aren't you leaving? Ningqi's frown deepened. As far as I know, ordinary demons are not qualified to enter this place, right? You must have received an invitation, but the matter is over and your invitation is useless. Do you want to stay here instead of leaving? Fourth junior brother, what are you talking about? A trace of anger flashed in the depths of Wanli's eyes. Zhu Feng almost couldn't control the anger in his heart. If Jian Shilai was not present, he would definitely attack. Bei Xian is right. Why aren't you leaving? Jian Shilai said lightly. Yes, Saintess. We'll leave now. Wanli's face immediately revealed a respectful expression. He nodded and bowed before pulling Zhu Feng to leave. However, the moment they turned around, the two of them had ugly expressions on their faces. When North Moon Muyang saw this, he sank into his thoughts. His North Moon clan was on rather good terms with Wanli. Back when Ningqi refused to give the North Moon clan his share of the strength demon body forging pill, North Moon Chongshu had sought Wanli's help, but it was still useless. Looks like I'll have to remind the master not to get too close to Wanli. Otherwise, he'll definitely offend the young master, North Moon Muyang thought to himself. Ning Qi's current position in his heart had already far surpassed Wanli and Zhu Feng. Even if the two of them were added together, they still wouldn't be as high as Ning Qi's position in his heart. Let's go. Follow me to the Saint Lady Temple. There's still some time before the Demon Race's Genius Tournament begins. You can all stay in the Saint Lady Temple. Jian Shilai laughed lightly. There's a Saint Lady Temple here? Ning Qi was curious. Wherever the Saintess goes is the Saintess Temple. Lu Ming whispered. Haha, I wonder how many people would be envious to be able to stay in the Saintess Temple. Ning Qi smiled. You can stay as long as you want. Jian Shilai rolled his eyes at Ning Qi and said indifferently. North Moon Muyang and Lan Ruo looked at each other, secretly shocked. Wasn't the Saintess treating Ning Qi a little too well? After everyone left, only Dao En and Yu Ji were left in the hall. As for Ping Tian, Kong Yen, and Yu Ji's junior brothers and sisters, they all stood at the entrance of the hall. They only dared to enter the hall again after Jian Shilai and Ning Qi had gone far away. Senior brother, wait for master to return, a demon said softly, but before he could finish, Yu Ji interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Don't mention this again. But the demon was unwilling to give up. Young Master Yu Ji, this has nothing to do with me. Why don't I leave this place right now and pretend this never happened? Daoen laughed dryly. Are you trying to harm me? Yu Ji glanced at him coldly. Daoen's body stiffened when he saw that. It's my fault for being rude, master. Yu Ji suddenly changed from his previous coldness and clasped his hands calmly. The way he addressed him as master almost scared Daoen out of his wit. Only when he discovered that Yu Ji had no intention of killing him did he let out a sigh of relief. Ping Tian, Kong Yen, and the others had extremely strange expressions. Then, next, Daoen hesitated. He really had no idea what to do. As you wish, master. Young Master Yu Ji said. His junior brothers and sisters sighed internally when they saw this. They glanced deeply at Yu Ji before turning around and leaving. They really did not have the face to stay here any longer. As their first senior brother, Yu Ji was now addressing someone who was not even a human demon as master. Not only was he embarrassing himself, but he was also embarrassing them. Have you heard about what happened over there a few days ago? The prodigies of the demon race whispered furtively. One of them even pointed at the most majestic building in the distance. This matter has spread like wildfire. Who hasn't heard about it? TSK, the direct disciple of the second elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, actually became the disciple of a brat from Yen Mountain City. How pitiful. Isn't that right? But who asked him to offend the Saintess? Not to mention the direct disciple of the second elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, even his master would not have a good ending after offending the Saintess. A middle-aged demon with a cold and gloomy aura was walking over from afar. When he heard this, he immediately stopped in his tracks. The group of demons who were whispering saw this and frowned at this person. In the end, they were all shocked by his aura. An expert of the Earth Demon stage. Davis said coldly, "Repeat what you just said." "Senior, it's like this." A demon volunteered and told the story vividly, adding some of his own guesses. He immediately described Yu Ji as a heinous demon who was then suppressed by the Saintess, which made everyone feel happy. He didn't notice that Davis's complexion was becoming more and more unsightly. One of the demons had been quietly looking at Davis since he appeared. Finally, as if there was an explosion in his mind, he immediately recognized Davis's true identity. He hurriedly transmitted his voice to that demon. "Don't say any more. He is Lord Davis." That demon looked at Davis with a dumbfounded expression. His face gradually turned pale. You just said that one of the demons from Yen Mountain City knows the Saintess? Where is he now? Davis said indifferently. Sir Davis, I only heard it from hearsay, that demon said in a low voice with a frightened expression. I heard that he went to the Saintess Temple. Chapter 2010. A storm is brewing. Saint Lady Temple. A cold light flashed in Davis's eyes, and he walked toward the building in the distance without looking back. The group of demons behind him looked at each other in fear and left one after another. They were lucky this time. If they were gossiping outside the city, perhaps they would all be dead. It only took Davis 2 hours to get to the bottom of the matter. In front of him stood a group of disciples. Their expressions were filled with anger. Master, that guy not only forced eldest senior brother to change his surname, but also killed your newly accepted personal disciple, Yang Go, in front of so many people. We must take revenge. Yes, Master. If we don't give an explanation, how will others look at us in the future? Everyone spoke one after another, expressing their desire to take revenge. Davis glanced at them indifferently. We can take revenge, but not now. Not now? Everyone looked at each other with a trace of doubt in their eyes. The Demon Genius Tournament is about to begin. If you want to take revenge for UG, kill that guy at the Demon Genius Tournament for me. His name is, Master, I've checked. His name is Bei Xian, the personal disciple of Zunshan Demon King Pain in Yen Shan City. He Pain? Davis's eyes flashed coldly as he glanced at everyone. I hope you won't let me down. Master, please rest assured. If we meet this guy at the Demon Genius Tournament, we will do our best to kill him. Pain's disciple offended Davis again. In a small courtyard in the city, Lu Donghe squinted his eyes slightly. In front of him stood a group of demons, about 100 of them. They all planned to participate in the Demon Genius Tournament. Master, this matter is absolutely true. The news has already spread here. I heard that Davis's eldest direct disciple, UG, has now betrayed the sect because he lost the bet. He has now become the disciple of a human devil who is not even at the human devil stage. One of Lu Donghe's disciples said respectfully. This is a big feud. How do you think Davis will get back the face he lost this time? Lu Donghe said with a smile. Master, I think that guy has the support of the Saint Lady Temple, so Davis will not dare to take revenge openly. He will definitely take action during the Demon Genius Tournament. It's good that you know. I don't need to tell you what to do, right? If you meet that guy, beat him to death. If Davis makes the first move, you don't have to come back to see me. I'll definitely take revenge. Lu Donghe said coldly. Don't worry, Master. I will do my best. Just as Davis and Lu Donghe were thinking of how to kill Ning Qi in the Demon Race Prodigy battle, Ning Qi had already disguised himself and left the huge city, heading deep into the ancestral Demon Mountain range. There were many monsters here, so it was a good time for him to farm Dragon Slayer crystals. Although the system was in the process of upgrading, it did not prevent Ning Qi from obtaining Dragon Slayer crystals. As long as he could gather 3 million dragon-slaying crystals, Ning Qi would have an invincible trump card. Even if he offended a Sky Devil existence, he would be able to leave the immortal prison through the connection between Minuscule Mountain and Innermost Mountain. Many monsters died under Ning Qi's saber. Some were strong and some were weak. The stronger ones were comparable to late-stage human demons. Ning Qi had to open 5 gates in a row and increase his strength greatly in order to kill such monsters. Usually, the Dragon Slayer crystals given by such monsters were very generous. Some were in the thousands, and some were as high as tens of thousands. Of course, most of the monsters were very weak. They were between early-stage human demons and mid-stage human demons. However, there were many of them. After a year of killing, Ning Qi's Dragon Slayer crystals had already exceeded 2 million. It would not be long before he could gather 3 million. Senior brother, we should be there soon, right? I think so. You said the same thing last year, but we still haven't found the place. The demon race prodigy battle will begin in half a year. If we can't get there by then, we will lose this opportunity. Junior sister, don't worry. I've been here before. I remember the way. If we keep walking, we should be able to get there in a dozen or so days. A man and a woman walked past Ning Chi not far in front of him. Ning Chi was sitting cross-legged beside a huge tree, adjusting his breathing. When he heard the commotion, he slowly opened his eyes and had a strange expression on his face. If he remembered correctly, the two demons were walking in the opposite direction of the huge city. If they kept walking, they would reach the deepest part of the ancestral demon mountain range. It was said that there were many demonic beasts at the full circle of the human devil realm and earth devil realm there. The two had just walked a dozen steps when they suddenly heard a commotion in front of them. The two quickly stopped and looked forward with vigilance. Boom! A huge tree in front of them suddenly fell to one side. A 70 to 80 zhang tall, muscular demon poked its head out of the tree and stared at the two demons with its lantern-like eyes. It had a greedy and bloodthirsty look on its face, and it was emitting the aura of the late stage of human devil realm. Senior brother, the strength of this monster seems to be very strong. Junior sister, I saw it. Why don't we split up and run? You run to the left and I run to the right? I'm afraid we won't be able to run away. The female demon showed a trace of anger. The two of them were only early-stage human demons. How could they run away from the monster in front of them? She became more and more suspicious that her senior brother had led them in the wrong direction. Otherwise, how could there be more and more monsters along the way? Even a late-stage human demon had appeared. Roar! The monster let out a roar. It flew up and threw a punch at the two. The two reacted quickly. When it roared, they had already turned around and fled. Boom! The demonic creature's fist missed and landed where the two of them had been standing. Instantly, a deep crater appeared on the ground. Demonic energy filled the crater and the two of them subconsciously turned around to look. The look of fear on their faces deepened, and they could not help but increase their speed slightly. If such a punch landed on them, they would definitely die. Realizing that its prey had dodged its attack, the monster felt very angry. It let out a loud roar. Its huge body displayed a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it appeared behind the two. The two of them immediately revealed looks of despair. Just when they thought they were going to die, they saw a figure running over in front of them. The figure leaped up and landed a kick on the demonic creature. The demonic creature, which had the power of a grand perfection human demon, was instantly sent flying. It landed heavily on the ground and crushed several huge trees. That was close. I almost died. Chapter 2011. 3 million dragons slaying crystals. Chapter 2011. Evil 30,000 Sin Point. You've done all sorts of evil. After Ning Chi kicked the demonic being away, he didn't stop. He maintained the state of having all 5 gates open, punching the demonic being's body over and over again. The air was filled with the sounds of fists hitting flesh. The 5th of the 9 inner hidden gates had increased Ning Chi's mortal body strength by 32 times. And Ning Chi's foundation strength had already surpassed the imagination of an ordinary person. Even if he didn't open a single gate, it was still more than enough to completely crush an early demon stage existence, not much different from a middle demon stage existence. Therefore, when Ning Chi maintained this state, the power of each punch was similar to a nuclear bomb. It was just that the heavenly Tao of the immortal prison was different. If it were the central continent, the void would have already been torn apart. Roar! The demonic creature roared in pain. It wanted to counterattack Ning Chi, but Ning Chi could nimbly dodge its attacks. Occasionally, when he couldn't dodge, Ning Qi would face it head-on. Both sides' strength was similar, so Ning Qi didn't suffer a loss. The life points on the demonic creature's head were slowly dropping. The two demons stared at this scene, dumbfounded. To be able to beat a late-stage demonic creature to the point where it couldn't even fight back, could this person be a consummate demonic creature? Thinking of this, the two looked at Ning Qi with eyes full of worship. A consummate demonic creature, no matter where it was, had an extremely high status. That was because once one reached this realm, it was extremely likely that they would break through to the Earth Demon realm. Compared to the late-stage demonic creatures, the status of a consummate demonic creature was much higher. Senior brother, this senior must be an elder of the 3 great tribes or 4 great cities. He must have been secretly observing us, waiting for us to be in danger before helping us. Junior sister, you're right. I think so too. It seems that our aptitude has already caught the eyes of this senior. Let's wait for him to deal with this demonic creature, and then we'll acknowledge him as our master. Alright. The two discussed for a while, and then stared at Ning Qi with burning passion. Bang, bang, bang. Squeak, perhaps because it was unable to endure Ning Qi's iron fists, the demonic creature let out a whimper and turned around to flee. Although it possessed the strength of a late demon, it was still weaker than a true late demon at the very least. Even existences like North Moon Demon could be slain with some effort. There was only one reason for this. It was far too unintelligent. By fleeing, it had exposed all of its landing points to Ning Qi. A cold light flashed, and the monster's movements gradually slowed down. Then, a bloody slit appeared in the middle of its body. With a boom, his body split into 2 halves and fell to the left and right. I've finally gathered 3 million dragon-slaying crystals. Ning Qi smiled. He already had 2,970,000 dragon-slayer crystals. Adding the 30,000 from this demon, he had a total of 3 million dragon-slayer crystals. However, just to be safe, Ning Qi planned to kill some more on the way back. Senior. Seeing that Ning Qi had finally killed that devil, the 2 devils ran in front of Ning Qi and knelt down with a plop. Please accept the 2 of us as your disciples, Senior. Ning Qi frowned slightly. He turned around and glanced at the 2 of them before brushing past them, ignoring them. Didn't you help us because you saw our impressive talent, Senior? The 2 of them glanced at one another, and a sliver of doubt appeared in their eyes. Seeing how Ning Qi had traveled off into the distance, they stood up in a hurry and chased after him. On the way back, Ning Qi killed all the demonic creatures he came across. As for the 2 tailing him, he did not pay too much attention to them. The 2 of them finally realized they had misunderstood something. Senior brother, this senior seems to have grievances with demonic creatures. He even dragged out a few sleeping demonic creatures and killed them. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let the senior hear you. I think this senior is very murderous. Will he kill us too when he's in a killing mood? The 2 of them felt a wave of fear in their hearts. They originally wanted to take another path, but after careful consideration, they still decided to follow behind Ning Qi. The main reason was that the male demon clan didn't really believe in his own memories. In fact, a long time ago, he had already determined that he might have taken the wrong path. A month later, when the 2 of them discovered a huge city up ahead, they immediately became overjoyed. Senior brother, we've finally arrived. Yes, junior sister. It's been too difficult along the way. It's all your fault. Where's the senior? After the 2 of them recovered from their excitement, they found that they had lost track of Ning Qi. They suddenly felt a sense of loss and were about to go forward to thank him. Forget it. As long as we participate in the Devil's Chosen battle and perform well, we might be able to see this senior again. Not bad. There were still 7 days before the Devil's Chosen battle began. The number of demons in the huge city was several times more than when Ning Qi had first arrived. The originally spacious huge city was now full of demons. Even the market for various cultivation resources had increased by dozens. Junior brother. As soon as Ningqi walked to the entrance of the Saintess Hall, he met Spider Pattern. However, she seemed to be a little disheveled, as if she had just fought with someone. Senior sister, what happened to you? Ningqi said with a strange expression. I met an enemy and fought with her. However, she was more seriously injured. When I meet her again in the Devil's Chosen battle, I will definitely kill her. Spider Pattern said with a smile. After a pause, before Ningqi could speak, Spider Pattern continued, I received news that the battlefield of the Devil's Chosen battle is not ordinary. It is said that it is a grotto heaven derived from a demonic artifact, and the rules are different from the past. All the geniuses will directly enter this grotto heaven and fight regardless of rank. Many geniuses have already given up the qualification to participate this time. Junior brother, do you want to wait for the next genius's chosen battle? Grotto heaven? Fight regardless of rank? Ningqi's eyes flickered slightly. If so, how can the number one genius be chosen? By killing people. The more you kill, the more points you get. However, for the sake of fairness, the points you can get from killing people of a higher rank are very terrifying. At that time, there will be special elders to calculate the points in the grotto heaven. It is said that every move you make in the grotto heaven will be reflected. At that time, how many people you kill and how you kill will be watched by countless eyes. There will be no mistakes, and there will be no cheating. Spider Pattern said, I have already heard that Lu Donghe and Davis have ordered their disciples to kill you. You might as well give up this time and let their plan fail. Senior sister, in this Devil's Chosen battle, the strongest is the late-stage human demon, right? Ningqi said with a smile. Spider Pattern was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Even if a human demon at the peak stage wants to participate, they won't be allowed. In that case, I want to see how strong Lu Donghe and Davis's disciples are. Kill me? It's not that simple. Chapter 2012. The battle begins in the center of the giant city. There was an arena. This arena was larger than all the arenas that Ningqi had seen before. It was estimated that the auditorium was at least 20 miles wide. Even if there were tens of millions of people, it would not seem crowded. At this moment, less than half a day had passed since the start of the Devil Race's Heaven's Pride battle. The auditorium was already full of devils. Originally, there were at least 3 million devil geniuses participating in the battle, but when they heard that the Devil Race's Heaven's Pride battle was not divided into ranks, at least 70% to 80% of them withdrew. These devil geniuses did not leave, but became spectators. After all, this was the once-in-a-century Heaven's Pride battle. They wanted to see who would be the number one genius in this year's Heaven's Pride battle. As for the previous Heaven's Pride battle's champion, many devils present still remembered it. That was a devil genius from the Chiyu tribe. At that time, he defeated many opponents with a great advantage and won first place. However, he had broken through to the full circle of human devil. Otherwise, if he continued to participate in this year's Heaven's Pride battle, it was likely that he would be the champion again. Within the arena, there were 7 high platforms. They were the exclusive viewing platforms for the 3 great tribes and the 4 great cities. There were already quite a few existences with extremely terrifying auras sitting on these 7 platforms. As for the other tribes and forces, they were divided according to their strength. With these 7 platforms as the center, they spread out to the 2 sides. The seats of Duane and the others were extremely far away. The Devil King's manor wouldn't be any better than them. Wanli and Zhu Feng were currently sitting in the exclusive seats of the Devil King's manor. Their eyes were cold as they stared at the platform of the Lucifer tribe. Because over there was a familiar figure. On the other side, Lu Donghe's seat was also very remote. Although he was at the Earth Devil stage, the tribe under his command was not strong. At most, it was comparable to the Spirit Void tribe. His eyes also swept across the high platform of the Lucifer tribe. After seeing Ningqi, Lu Donghe's eyes suddenly filled with killing intent. The high platform where the Lucifer tribe was located was divided into three parts, namely the Elder Cabinet, the Saint Lady Temple, and ordinary departments such as the Law Enforcement Hall and the Steward Hall. Ningqi stood behind Jianxilai. The greatest Saint Lady Temple had the fewest people, about a dozen or so people. However, under the watchful eyes of Zhao Qing and another protector, the rest of the Lucifer demons did not dare to approach this place. On the side of the Elder Cabinet there were also very few people. A total of 3 elders had come, and their auras were much stronger than Jianxilai's. Ningqi glanced at the attributes of the 3 people. The strongest elder was already in existence in the late stage of the Earth Demon. Behind these 3 stood about 7 or 8 young demons. Judging from their aura, they were all at the late-stage human demon realm. They seemed to be very curious about Ningqi, constantly sizing him up. The Law Enforcement Hall had the largest number of people. There were 300 to 400 demon elites standing there, ranging from early-stage to late-stage human demons. When Ningqi was sizing them up, Davis also looked over, and their eyes collided in the air. In Davis's eyes there was a trace of coldness and killing intent. However, upon a closer look, the trace of killing intent suddenly disappeared without a trace. With a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, he nodded at Ningqi, then turned his head, lowered his eyes, and closed them to sleep. "Junior brother, you have to be careful. Davis's killing intent has risen. An existence like him, even if he doesn't dare to be blatant, he will use all kinds of means to achieve his goal." Spider Pattern's voice sounded in Ningqi's ear. "Senior sister, don't worry. He won't have too many chances." Ningqi smiled slightly. Spider Pattern was very curious as to why Ningqi was so confident and calm, but she did not ask. She would naturally find out once the demon prodigy battle began. North Moon Lingqiu's eyes were rather worried. She had already given up on the demon prodigy battle this time. Originally, she wanted to persuade Ningqi to take part in the next battle. After all, the rules this time were very disadvantageous to those below late demon realm. It was as if the 3 great tribes and 4 great cities were purposefully trying to make those below late demon realm retreat. If that was really the case, they would basically have achieved their goal. Of the millions who had originally participated in the battle, only several 100,000 remained. However, there were still many who were below late demon realm. These demon prodigies had their own pride, so they obviously would not give up on the chance to display their abilities and hold their heads high just because of the change in the rules. As the time drew closer, the atmosphere seemed to become more and more tense. At this moment, the 3 elders from the Lucifer tribe glanced at the sky, before glancing at one another. They all took to the sky at the same time as the elders from the Xingtian tribe, Qiyu tribe, and 4 great cities. There were over 20 of them in total, and every single one of them possessed auras above early Earth demon realm. When the demons in the spectator stand saw this, they could not help but feel excited. The demon prodigy battle was about to begin. The demon prodigy battle this time is a little intense. I'd advise you mutated demons to not take part in it, just in case you suffer heavy casualties and wither away your talents. The elder of the Qiyu tribe looked at the elders of the 4 great cities with a faint smile. His voice spread across the entire area under the influence of the devil Qi. The battle between the orthodox and mutated demons had never ceased in the immortal prison. The 3 great tribes were the representatives of the orthodox demon race, and the 4 great cities were the representatives of the mutated demons. In comparison, the 3 great tribes had more advantages, because they had many talents under their command. As for the mutated demons, because of their bloodline, the talent of their descendants was slightly different from that of the orthodox demon race. Their top geniuses were slightly lower than those of the three great tribes. The elders of the Lucifer tribe and the Xingtian tribe laughed when they heard this. In the spectator stands, the orthodox demon race and the mutated demons also exchanged glances because of this sentence. Both of them did not like each other. Just this sentence alone had stirred up the spirits of the geniuses who were about to take part in the demon prodigy battle. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly, and he looked at the elder of the Qiyu tribe. He felt that this was not a simple provocation. Qiyu Tiansha, mind your own business. The geniuses of my 4 great cities are ready to fight with you in this demon prodigy battle. I hope you won't disappoint me. On the side of the 4 top cities, the middle-aged demon with the strongest aura shouted coldly. He was also a terrifying late-stage earth demon. As soon as these words came out, the demon race geniuses on the side of the 3 major tribes became restless. The Qiyu Tiansha laughed and said, "Old Devil Bien, don't be too full of yourself. Be careful not to embarrass yourself later. Stop talking nonsense, let's begin." After saying this, he waved his hand, and a pale blue light instantly disappeared into a corner of the arena. Seeing this, the other elders also waved their hands. Not long after, more than 20 rays of blue light appeared around the arena. These rays of blue light attracted each other and enveloped the entire arena. Then, with a flash of light, the high platform made of blue stone turned into a giant door that emitted a faint blue light. "Go!" As the Qiyu Tiansha shouted, figures broke through the air and directly rushed into the huge door. Spider Mark reacted very quickly. She pulled Ning Qi's arm and rushed into the huge door. Chapter 2013. Male Chauvinism. One by one, the demon geniuses rushed into the blue door and disappeared in front of the crowd. Not long after, the number of people in the arena was reduced by hundreds of thousands. "It's about time." Qiyu Heavenly Sha glanced around, then joined hands with more than 20 other Earth Devil elders. Devil Qi surged from their bodies, and like a sea of clouds, the boundless Devil Qi was absorbed by the blue light pillars around the arena. Then, suddenly, a series of scenes of being cut appeared on the blue gate. Each scene was about a square foot, and there were hundreds of thousands of them. Many devils were shocked by this method. They stared at these scenes dumbfoundedly. No matter what the people in the scenes were doing, each and every move was basically perfectly displayed. Although it was a little small, for the devils present, it was already very clear. "Look, that's Lord Huang Huang. And Fairy Bai Chong. Xing Tianhao. Qiyu Tiansha. Everyone can see it. Hey, they've already started killing people. The one being killed seems to be." The demons in the audience were watching with great interest. No matter who they wanted to see, they could find it among the hundreds of thousands of scenes. For them, this was a very novel experience. For a while, the arena was very lively. Everyone was exchanging their opinions about the Heaven's Chosen battle, such as who would win first place. Some busybodies even made a list of 20 names. The geniuses on the list were said to be the most likely to win first place. Whoosh, whoosh. On the high platforms of the 4 top cities of the 3 tribes, 10 elders flew out and stood in the void. Their eyes were fixed on the hundreds of thousands of scenes below. Each elder was responsible for recording 5,000 scenes. For the demons of the human devil stage, this was a very simple task. They just needed to multitask. Every time someone killed an opponent, the elder in charge of observing that guy would shoot out a stream of devil chi, and a number would appear on the scene. This number represented the points he had earned, and it was also the key to the strength of the Heaven's Chosen battle. Among the hundreds of thousands of scenes, there were already 7 or 8 scenes whose numbers were skyrocketing. Soon, they were noticed by many demons, causing the tens of millions of demons present to look at those 7 or 8 scenes. Among them, The highest score had exceeded 1,000 points. Every time he killed someone of the same level, he would get 20 points, which meant that he had killed at least 50 people of the same level in a short period of time. Who was he? That's Heaven Punishing Emperor? The most famous genius of the Xingtian tribe in recent years? The ninth son of Heaven Punishing Emperor? Heaven Punishing Emperor, his opponent is also at the late stage of human devil stage, but he can't last more than 3 breaths. Even a peak human devil stage human devil can do this, right? Hiss. How terrifying! Qiyu Hanzhong is also very strong. His points are second only to the Heaven Punishment Flame Emperor. Nonsense, his strength is not much different from the Heaven Punishment Flame Emperor's. It's just that he hasn't met his match yet. In this way, the one from the Lucifer tribe is a bit weaker. Yes, Dual Land's points are nearly half of theirs. Moreover, he didn't deal with late-stage demonic humans as smoothly as Flame Emperor Tian Xing did. His strength is slightly weaker than the two. If Ning Qi was here, he would definitely recognize Duo Lan as one of the 7 people who had been standing behind the 3 members of the Elder Cabinet. Compared to the heavens prides of the 3 great tribes, the heavens prides of the 4 great cities were a little lacking. Although they were much stronger than the rest of the demon race, compared to the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor and Qiyu Hanzhong, the difference was too great. Even Duo Land's points were twice as high as theirs. Found him. Young Master Bei Xian and Young Master Spider Pattern are over there. Lan Ruo and the others searched for a long time before finally finding Ning Qi. The scene Ning Qi was on was in a corner, so it was not too easy to find. North Moon Lingqiu looked in the direction Lan Ruo was pointing in. A sliver of worry flickered through her eyes. Jian Shilai glanced at her with a smile. Bei Xian never does anything he's not confident about. At the very least, he's 70 to 80% confident in the battle of the demon prodigies this time. There's no need to worry about him. In the immortal prison, Jian Shilai was the only person who understood Ning Qi the most. Ever since he was on the Azure Dragon continent, she knew that Ning Qi's battle prowess was extraordinary. Fighting those at higher cultivation levels was as common as eating or drinking. 70 to 80%? North Moon Muyang and Lan Ruo gasped when they heard that. North Moon Lingqiu had failed to understand what that meant, but they understood it. The Saintess actually said that Ning Qi had a 70 to 80% chance of becoming the champion? Become the greatest prodigy? Wasn't that a little too unbelievable? Let alone the top-tier prodigies like the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor, who had long ranked at the top in terms of points, there were far more than several thousand late-stage human demons among the mid-tier prodigies. Could Ning Qi emerge from several thousand late-stage human demons and become the champion? They simply did not believe it. Zhao Qing and another protector stood behind Jian Shilai. When they heard Jian Shilai's evaluation of Ning Qi, they looked at one another. A sliver of jealousy and disbelief appeared in their eyes. They were prodigies of the demon race in the first place, and they had clashed with the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor and the others in the past. Although they were slightly inferior, they were not too far off. Otherwise, the Saintess Hall would not have chosen them to become the Saintess left and right protectors. Yet now, the Saintess had actually said that someone who was not even a human demon had a 70 to 80% chance of becoming the champion. The two of them could not help but feel a sliver of anger. What is so special about this lad that the Saintess thinks so highly of him? A sliver of doubt flashed in Zhao Qing's eyes as he pondered. At the same time, Davis and Lu Donghe's eyes also fell on the scene where Ning Qi was. Their eyes were filled with a cold light. Don't kill me! Ah! Bang! Spider Wen casually killed the surrounding demons and flew toward a sparsely populated place with Ning Qi. This grotto heaven was gray. It seemed to have mountains and rivers, but in fact, these mountains and rivers seemed to have died a long time ago. The mountains were dead and the rivers were stagnant. It was not a place suitable for people to live in. Ningqi felt a little helpless. The group of demons that Spider-Wen had just killed were early-stage and mid-stage human demons. They brought very few points to Spider-Wen. As Spider-Wen was a late-stage human demon, she could only get the normal 20 points by killing demons of the same level. However, for Ningqi, this group of demons was the best target for him to farm points. Ningqi had killed them above his level, so he could get far more than 20 points. Unfortunately, Spider-Wen had struck first. Chapter 2014. I guess I won't die. The grotto heaven wasn't big. Not long after, they encountered another group of demons. Just as Ningqi was about to make a move, they were already killed by Spider Pattern. Senior sister, I have something to discuss with you, Ningqi said seriously. What's wrong? Spider Pattern asked. Let's split up. Lu Donghe and Davis's personal disciple must have made me their main target. It's too dangerous for you to stay with me, Ningqi said. No, it's precisely because of this that you must stay by my side. Spider Pattern shook her head. But if we're surrounded by them, neither of us will be able to escape. If we split up, I'm confident that I can survive until the end of the Demon Prodigy tournament. Ningqi smiled bitterly. You're confident? Are you serious? Spider Pattern was in disbelief. Of course it's true. It's settled then. Ningqi waved his hand. Without waiting for Spider Pattern to speak, he picked a random direction and sped off. Spider Pattern frowned slightly. Even the demon dragon ancestor couldn't kill fourth junior brother back then. Perhaps he really has a trump card that I don't know about? Spider Pattern muttered to herself. Suddenly, she looked into the distance. Who is it? Stop. Don't run. Young Master Bei Xian and young Master Spider Pattern have separated? Lan Ruo and the rest were surprised to see the scene. To them, Ningqi and Spider Pattern were the safest. Hee, it's time. When Davis saw this scene, the corners of his mouth curved into a sneer. Pain, you only have 4 disciples. If I were to kill all of them this time, I wonder if you would be so angry that you would stomp your feet? Lu Donghe muttered to himself. His eyes flashed with excitement. He was looking forward to seeing Pain's expression when the time comes. In a corner of the spectator stand, Dao En, Ping Tian, and the others sat together. They had also chosen to give up this time. After all, they could easily lose their lives in such a chaotic battle. It was better for them to give up on the demonic race's genius tournament and wait for the next one. Dao En's expression was unsightly. Ping Tian and Kong Yen glanced at him and smiled. Dao En, do you think your disciple will be able to win? I don't know. Dawn looked at the two of them with dissatisfaction. Haha. Kong Yen smiled. I feel that his goal this time is no longer the demon race's Heaven's Pride battle. Didn't you notice? The time when he entered the Heaven's Grotto was not much different from that person. I think he's planning to take revenge. If that person dies in Yuji's hands, I'm afraid Lord Pain will vent his anger on you. The faces of the elders behind Dao En were ashen. They had seen the fate of the Yang family with their own eyes. If their family offended the Demon King's residence and the Saint Lady Temple because of this, their fate would not be any better than the Yang family's. He should be fine. Hundreds of thousands of people are participating in the battle. Yuji might not be able to find him. Dwayne comforted himself, then continued to pay attention to Yuji's image and Ningqi's image, praying that they would not bump into each other. Perhaps his prayers were heard by the heavens. Not long after, Yuji's figure appeared in the scene where Ningqi was. It's Mr. Yuji. On the platform of the Lucifer tribe, many demons were secretly paying attention to Ningqi. When they discovered Yuji, their expressions immediately changed. Jian Shilai frowned slightly, and a sliver of regret flashed through his eyes. If he had known this would happen, he would have directly killed him in the hall back then. The expressions of North Moon Muang, North Moon Lingqiu, and Lan Rua changed slightly as well. They had once heard of Yu Ji's strength. Among the prodigies of the Lucifer tribe, he ranked in the top 15 at the very least. This was the ranking of the Lucifer tribe. In the outside world, it was enough to crush the prodigies of the various tribes. The young Master Baixian is in danger. Lan Rua felt his palms become covered in cold sweat. If Yu Ji killed Ningqi, he would not be able to explain it to Pain. Other than that, during this period of interaction with Ningqi, he increasingly felt that Ningqi was extraordinary. Every time Ningqi imparted 1 or 2 incantations, he would benefit greatly from it. Lan Rua had long regarded Ningqi as both a teacher and a friend, and it wasn't just a relationship between a guard and a young master. Its eldest senior brother. Behind Davis stood a group of demonic prodigies. Due to the change in the rules, they had also chosen to give up on the demonic prodigy battle this time. However, they had been paying attention to Ningqi. After all, eldest senior brother had changed his sect and surname because of Ningqi. Now that they saw Yu Ji appear, their expressions immediately became excited. They coldly glanced at the Saintess Temple, secretly anticipating, "Haha, revenge with your own hands? Not bad." Davis smiled. From the beginning to the end, he did not even look at Jian Shilai. Jian Shilai was the Saintess, and he was the second elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. Compared to him, his status was much lower. Even if it was for revenge, Davis did not want to openly fall out with Jian Shilai. To him, this would not benefit him at all. What a pity that the disciple of that old bastard Davis found him first. Damn it, what are those useless things doing? They can't even find a single person? On the other side, Lu Donghe was furious. When the disciples behind him heard this, they were immediately frightened and did not dare to make a sound. However, from their point of view, wasn't Master's goal to kill Pain's direct disciple? No matter who killed him, the outcome would be the same. There shouldn't be any difference. What a coincidence. Yu Ji looked at Ningqi with a faint smile. When the nearby demon race's geniuses saw him, they turned around and left. However, they did not go far. Instead, they stood and watched from afar. It seemed that they were planning to take advantage of the conflict between the sandpiper and the clam. Normally, Yu Ji would not allow them to do so. However, his attention was now focused on Ningqi. Being able to find Ningqi so quickly was beyond his expectations. Ningqi had caused him so much trouble. This demon race's genius battle was his only chance to take revenge openly. If he killed Ningqi here, he believed that even Jian Shilai would not have the face to make things difficult for him. So it's young Master Yu Ji. Where's your master? Why didn't he come? Ningqi said with a smile. A cold light flashed in young Master Yu Ji's eyes as he said in a sinister voice, "Even now, you still dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Guess, will I let you die quickly?" He knew that Ningqi was deliberately provoking him. Therefore, he made a decision. This time, he would make good use of this opportunity to torture Ningqi and vent his anger. "I guess I won't die." Ningqi smiled. "That guy is so arrogant. If I'm not wrong, he is not even in the human devil stage. How dare he be so arrogant in front of Yu Ji?" You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.